Yep. Get this crap pulled up here, and then I actually have to clean off my desk. I was trying to wolf down lunch really fast, so I gotta clean all these dishes up. Hello, Nerdy Kata. Few minutes behind schedule as usual, just because of coaching, and I wanted to eat before I ate really fast before I stream. I don't like eating on the stream. Right back. Late low. Hey, only by like a couple minutes. All right, let me get everything cleaned up here. And I don't know if the debate command works yet, so hang on. I don't think I have a debate command, so just hang tight. I'll fix it in a sec. Okay.
Hello,
hey!
hello and chat. Looking forward to
Same. I looked at a couple of them, and some of them looked really nice, and we'll give you the full rundown on like what we're aiming for in a second here. But stop! You're scaring Amari. Oh, sorry. Let me make sure the debate. Do I even have a debate command? Oh. Yeah, I do. So I can. Sure, that. I'm going to change it. Commands, edit, debate, join Discord, and drop your topic in debate Spilo 2, along with if you are available for voice video. I will prioritize voice video topics. And the reason why is just because I think debates are just so much more interesting over voice, and video is even better. But obviously not everyone can do that, so yeah. And then we'll do chronological voice. And I'm going to start a voice call, I think I'm going to start a voice call and just do like you guys have done like, well, we started an event, you know, and then you have like I ask people to kind of come in. That's probably the way we're going to do it. So we'll do a VC, and then I'll delete it after it's done. So yeah, no problem, Eladran. I'm really sorry if I'm behind. I'm still behind. I answered a lot of DMs, and then I got like 20 more DMs afterwards. So I was like, I answered a lot of DMs last Wednesday or this Wednesday's. Yeah. And it's just been, you know, so. But yeah, if you're not comfortable jumping in voice, it's really not a big deal. You can drop your well thought out several paragraphs in Debate Spilo too. That's fine too. I'm just going to prioritize the voice ones because I just think it's better content. But more importantly, it's also just easier to have conversations with people. It's really hard to like, even if you have like a really well thought out couple of paragraphs, it's really easy for me to dissect those paragraphs, and then you're like, no, but that's not what I meant, or not, and vice versa. So we'll see, but we'll get started in a second. I'm gonna ping my Discord, and then we'll get ready to roll. We'll be going chronologically and debate Spilo with priority on voice video calls first. So, and then I'm going to have to give a bit of a disclaimer because I think it's really important that we kind of let everybody know what to expect, because I do not want to get people in here and people start flaming them in my Twitch chat, because that's super unfair. Because whenever you join voice or video and disagree with streamer, you're putting yourself at a high risk of criticism just because people in my stream agree with me and I'm used to talking. So I think it's super unfair if we don't give a good quality disclaimer.
Spilo to humiliate everyone who replied in the Discord, including
Well, right.
yourself.
So exactly that. I mean, we can get started in a second. But first off, before I give the full rundown, hello YouTube, hello Twitch. Just I guess really quick for YouTube, there should be a Discord link in any of my videos. I assume it should work. If it doesn't, for whatever reason, let me know. And then there's a debate Spilo channel in the Overwatch category. My Discord, I'll be responding to pulling people into a voice call, going over high effort arguments. I will be skipping some people if I will be prioritizing voice first off, but I also will be prioritizing higher effort arguments, not just ones that are like, I think better, but ones that are, there's some thought. Last time we did this, there was a lot of some pretty interesting takes, which I think were like, well, but they were well defended and well thought. And I definitely actually changed my opinion on some stuff. I think you can go back and see the video here. Let me actually see if I can pull it up really quick here. I think we posted on YouTube. Yeah, here it is. I debated the Overwatch community questionable takes, which is just, a silly YouTube title, but you can actually go back and look at it. Malga's well designed. The tank role should be removed. Melee characters will never work. Hazard's wall climb is broken. Reinhardt's poorly designed. Balance isn't fun, and so on. And these are all really good topics. And yeah, let me actually set up a voice channel here really fast here. So let's do a voice channel, or no, a stage. I think stage is what we want. Debate Spilo 2. Add stage moderators. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Normal, skip this. Okay. So you don't have to join the stage. Obviously, it's in my Discord here now. I'll showcase that really fast. Where's my headline here? I feel naked without it. Debate Spilo. But yeah, this is the channel where you can put your topic. Pycel thing for the sub. And then I will start the little call in here. And if you're going to be, if you are on the list and you're here to debate, you'll need to join this voice here thing. So I'll probably go ahead and do that really fast. Start stage, yeah. Debate Spilo. Notify everyone. Sure, why not? Do it again. Drive people nuts. And then I'll unmute when we're ready to go. And then I will go through the list of topics. And if you are here, I will be like, hey, we're going to do you. And yeah. Is it Overwatch debate only? No, game design. I'm flexible. I kind of put a list of prompts, but I mean, within reason here. I'm not going to get into like, we're not going into politics and stuff like that, But stuff that is preferably not going to have like emotional entanglement. That's the biggest thing. Victor, thank you for the sub. You do not enjoy the string 155. Thank you, Sarah Lee. And I think I missed somebody else. No, I didn't. Do I read all of the debates posted? Maybe. Probably not realistically, just simply because of the quantity. And I do want to make sure that like I'm not going to spend like an hour going over the same topics, but I do want to like spend some time at 5-10 minutes at least. I think some of these we can probably move along pretty quickly, but I would like to make sure that we have some time. Now, okay, so real quick disclaimer, and I think this is going to be really, really important, okay? I am a streamer. I'm used to talking. I'm also used to public speaking. I did a lot of public speaking in high school and debate stuff. So I am talented, not necessarily at being right, but at sounding like I'm right. Now, I never do this deceitfully. I'm not trying to fool anybody. I really do believe in what I'm saying, but I'm pretty good at arguing my points, I'd like to think. So this might mean that people that are actually correct, have a better opinion than me, might not sound like they're right. The other thing as well is you guys are Spilo followers-ish, so you maybe don't agree with me on everything, but you're more likely to agree with me than the average Overwatch person. So there's going to also be a bias that you're probably going to disagree with the people that are coming in here, even though they are also Spilo viewers, but they're trying to find stuff that they disagree with me with. And then the final thing is that these people are willing to, like, just for fun, to, put themselves a bit on a pedestal, whether it's through text, voice, video, whatever, and offer their opinions. And that takes some guts. And so I really think it's important that, like, I'm not going to be able to moderate chat fully, but if I see some, like, people being like, you're allowed to disagree, and you're allowed to say exactly why you agree with me or disagree with anybody else. But just be respectful, please, because these people are putting themselves on a pedestal, and I just want to make sure that we're being responsible and respectful. So I'm going to try to set a good example with how I'm communicating with these people, with these folks, and I want to make sure that everyone follows that clue as well, because just because it sounds like I'm right doesn't necessarily mean that I am, and I have learned some stuff from this. Now, I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I'm wrong and stuff. I think I'm right. Probably, but I might change my mind. And so, yeah. Okay, let's jump in here. Let's check our chronology, and then we'll see if anybody of these folks are in here. And like I said, I am going to be prioritizing higher effort arguments. Okay, Overwatch before Tracer Nerve was honestly perfect. Happy to join voice. They keep going back and forth, balancing. It's honestly redundant. Probably this 5v5 is okay, and the focus should be on tournaments, actually fun events. Okay, I don't necessarily disagree here, but I wouldn't mind if you gave your 2 cents on Overwatch's struggles. Ren, I'm gonna go ahead and undeafen. Okay, hello everybody. And then Ren. Welcome. Hello. How are you?
Hello, how are you? I'm good. Can you hear me all right?
Sure can. You sound great. Mike's way better than mine.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. So obviously I didn't give my full thing in the thing because I expected to join voice.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Before anything though, I'll just give a little bit of overview and then we can get into it.
Okay.
First of all, I'll just give a bit of a background. I've played since beta. I'm the most average Overwatch player ever, but I'm actually decent because I peaked top 500 GM at times, but mostly hover around Masters. And I have like about 10,000 hours in the game, and I play the fun characters, Genji, Tracer, Echo, Kiriko, what have you. So yeah. So there's 2 things that I really think are important. Mm-hmm. What is unique to me is like, I saw your video the other day of the patch notes. And that's the first patch notes video I saw in a while because I actually stopped looking at patch notes altogether a while back, ever since the Maga disaster. And my argument is I think patch notes should not get the amount of viewership that we as a community give them, because honestly it should be a thing that as a developer we should be like, as a developer you should be trustworthy enough to balance the game. But the reason I actually saw the patch notes was because I play Tracer a lot. I was playing the other day and I thought I was lagging, or there was something wrong with my PC, or there was some FPS drops because my shots weren't registering. And then I had to check the patch notes and discover that they did this thing with the bullet spread size or something that messes up your shots.
Yeah, right.
And I swear to God, that was such a weird thing to me, because imagine you're just playing the game, you've given up trying to, think about what's good, what's bad, and you go into the game and you find out that, oh, they messed it up so badly that you actually notice it. Right. And I think they should stop balancing like this, where they change not necessarily what character is strong or what is weak, but they keep going in this loophole. Whenever a character is strong or is well liked by the community, like Tracer or Genji, they think there's something wrong, which is mostly stems from the community. And I think it is highlighted by the fact, like, I was playing with my friends the other day, and one person just banned Genji, and I was like, I wanted to play Genji, why'd you ban him? And he's like, oh, didn't you see the new patch notes? They buffed him, so he's really strong right now. They gave him 3 more ammo, and suddenly people are banning him. And the guy who banned him was Plat. He's still going to be Plat. He was Plat for his entire lifetime. But the amount of importance we give to these patch notes is crazy. And what's even more crazy is that it's warranted, because the developers do have a tendency to screw up things so badly that you actually feel it in the game, even when you're trying not to, actively look for the changes or think about what's good and what's bad.
Sure. So your argument is, let me make sure I'm understanding it. It's twofold. It's one that most patch notes, the quantity of most patch notes is just not meaningful enough to dramatically change the way that the game feels for 95% of players. And so that we put too much emphasis on like the importance of patch notes, and that we change our decision making and our opinion of things, even though it's not really that relevant. Yeah. And then you're saying, but there is a small percentage of changes that really are that bad to the point to where they tangibly, palpably impact a player's experience with a certain character, so much so
Yeah, we
that
have
they go,
to.
something
Yeah.
must be wrong.
We have to hold them accountable. Yeah, like the developers accountable of these changes, and it is
Sure.
crazy that we do. I don't
Sure.
think it's healthy when players are thinking about patch notes that much,
Sure.
especially when like the way we look at this, like the way it's like it's content, right? I don't have a thing with your content, but
Right.
the fact that it gets so many views. You'd think that everybody was top 500 looking at the top percentage, thinking
for
like,
sure.
oh, what is the best hero to play?
Oh, for sure. So
But
let's
they're
start
not.
with that.
It is
Let's start
just
with that.
like- yeah.
Let's start with that because I
Yeah.
really agree with that one, and that's why I've always been pretty safe with my patch notes reactions. I'm not perfect here, of course, but like for example, the recent patch, a lot of people are either losing their minds or saying it's a terrible patch. Whatever. I gave it a B minus. The patch before that also like a B minus or something like that. Like it was a decent patch. Nothing's really majorly going to change. The patch before I think definitely was like a lot like Sigma got giga buffed, right? And that obviously had a pretty big impact and to where you could palpably feel it.
Yeah.
But I think for me is I definitely agree. There's definitely been over the years a lot of like community opinions that have been swayed by louder voices in the community saying things that like just aren't really true anymore. Like one of the ones is like the lagging Orisa effect where everybody in bronze, silver, gold is convinced Orisa's OP or was OP. And you see this with Kiriko as well. Like you have like literally all these like masters, diamond, plat morons, no offense, that are echoing that Kiriko is the most broken character in the history of the universe, right? When she's annoying for sure, but it's like, bro, this isn't, you don't experience, you're not playing versus Landon. You don't need, Kiriko's not broken for you. It's just annoying to play into. And right, and like you said, it's like, it feels like everybody I talk to is a GM masterclass wizard that knows everything, and these patch notes are just not really important. I agree with that.
Okay. So
The reality though is that like, sorry, really quick. The reality is though that it just makes views. That's the problem, is it makes views. Like I released a patch notes video yesterday, and I'm actually like pretty positive on it, but because it had like a title that was like questionable about the Vendetta change, it got so many views because negativity is fun. That's the reality.
I mean, I understand that, but it is crazy that it has actual meaningful results to it that people actually talk about this. But you know what? Okay, we got one agreement. Let me get to the two really spicy takes I have, and then you can give me your thoughts.
Please.
I straight up think Vendetta should not, like, I love Vendetta in the trailer, but playing with the character, I think this character should not belong in Overwatch. This is not an Overwatch character to me.
How so?
Because I've always considered Overwatch a game of cooldowns. It's kind of like, we've always talked about MOBA meets shooter. But it is true in a way that when I play when I play Overwatch, right, I'm always thinking about like, oh, they use this cooldown, this is how they'll react to it. And oh, this is their downtime moment. Oh, Tracer doesn't have recall, Genji used dash, wasted this cooldown. There's always this interaction between the cooldowns that are going on. With Vendetta, save for very few CC-based characters like Ana or Roadhog's Hook, I feel like I have no interaction with the character and I just have to ignore this character until they make a mistake. Or, there's an opportunity that arises naturally from somebody else doing something. I personally, on most characters that I play, and I play all roles, I don't feel like I can actually do anything about this character. To me it feels like that.
Yeah, so I guess, but this is kind of my challenge for you because I've definitely felt the exact same way playing versus Vendetta and coaching people playing versus Vendetta. But like, this is kind of where it's like, why do you think that's the case? You understand what I'm saying? Because, okay, so like, let's say we remove Vendetta, but what about Vendetta do we need to be careful about, right? Because I actually think that your argument applies to a couple other Overwatch heroes. Pre-rework Pharah is definitely a big one. Probably current, several iterations of Sombra. Wrecking Ball for a lot of heroes as well. So like, I kind of challenge you to, you may not know why, but if we're going to give good feedback, okay, so then why? Why do you feel like Vendetta is unplayable? You mentioned cooldowns a little bit there, but go ahead.
Yeah. So obviously there's layers to it, right? You remember when Doomfist first came out, the first melee character, quote unquote, people keep saying this is the first true melee character. I kind of understand why that is, because this character is solely just brawling with you 24/7. This isn't a character that just goes in, gets out most of the time. Yes, it does. But once they're on you, it's a full-on brawl. With other characters, right, like with Ball, there's downtimes that you can kind of use. Really good ball players will have less downtime, obviously.
Yeah.
Really good, and I agree that there are other characters. I think Ball is one of them. Venture can be very uninteractive at times, especially like when she goes underground. Like, I get, but the thing is, when that is the first one that felt like to me that, oh my god, Like maybe it's just a personal bias, or maybe I haven't learned to play against the character enough. But to release a character that is on release day one, it was also overpowered a little bit, so we have to take that into account. But to release that character that is just from the get go feeling like this is a bit extreme to me compared to the rest of the characters. I think they have these problems as well.
I agree.
But the reason it feels like that.
Yeah, no, finish that. This is what I was waiting for. Like this point right here. Go ahead. The reason.
Yeah, the reason is the cooldowns themselves have very little downtime, and it's just the reason I think is her main left click. It's always active. It's not a cooldown. You're always swinging. Yeah. So around a corner, around cover, you're always untouchable. You are not to be approached for a 1v1. No other character does this to you.
It's just basically pre-charging overhead, basically, like just wipe up, bam,
and it's not a cooldown rate. It's just the bread and butter. No other character, even Doomfist on release, one-shot character, but he had to punch, and then it was 5 seconds, 6 seconds, whatever, of nothing. This character doesn't do that. It's a threat.
So
right
can I propose something to you? Can I propose something to you?
Yeah.
The problem is that you have a character with spikes in value, like very bursty, let's say, very bursty, but who doesn't really have downtime for those bursts. If you think about a lot of the characters that are very, very lethal, they're on a nade, right? Junkrat mind combos, right? They're characters that follow tempo. Winston Bubble, right? Yeah. With Vendetta, she correctly, I think, has lower cooldowns, but the burstiness of her damage output doesn't match the lowness of those cooldowns. And even with some of the nerfs that they've done to her shift and her projected edge, these are the things I didn't like, is they've overhead's still bursty. She still has that burst, right? So it's like, here's my argument. As a melee-oriented character, you saw this with Doomfist as well, I do think it's important to have higher uptime. I think it's important to have lower cooldowns, but I don't think that she should have the same lethality and burst with those cooldowns. That would be my argument of how to interpret your problems, but I don't know if that lines up with your opinion.
Yeah, like I would say, so if you're asking me for a fix, like, oh, what can we do? Like, what do I think could be better, or like what they should? I don't really know. Okay. I can only say that this is because I'm not a developer. I've stopped trying to be an Overwatch developer in my head ages ago. I don't think it's worth it.
I respect it.
Yeah. Like that's your job. You get the views out of it. Yeah, it's exhausting. It's a headache. Unless I get something out of it, yeah. I just think, but I would compare it to Marvel Rivals characters, where they have a bunch of melee characters, so it's a bit of a norm for that game. Here it feels unique, and props to Overwatch for that. But the timing of it also kind of, maybe it's, it's kind of giving me the vibe that they added it partly to think about, Marvel Rivals doing a bunch of melee characters. Maybe we should go down that route and be unique in that aspect. I do think maybe there's some influence there. I don't think Vendetta would have been introduced like this unless it was today. They created this character. It's like a ripoff of Magic, right, from Marvel Rivals. Nobody's going to deny that.
I know that she was a development prior to Rivals, but yes.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is like it's very similar.
To pull the trigger. Let's say the confidence to pull the trigger. Same thing with bands, but yeah. So in a nutshell, your problem is that it's the consistent uptime of her lethality, her burst or whatever else. Is that she's either has too much uptime with her lethality, or she's too lethal for to have the same.
I might phrase it in a way that this character is just not interactive to me. Like a lot of times I'm just ignoring this character. A lot of other characters you also have to ignore. But there are times when you don't. Like when Ball is in, there's always a decision of like, do I need to, like, depending on the comp you have, what you're playing and what the situation is, do you deal with the ball or do you trade backlines? There is some sort of like decision making. With Vendetta, it just kind of feels like if somebody's getting messed up with her, leave it to the Zarya to bubble or something. But otherwise, we're not dealing with that. We're gonna ignore her. Yeah. Like I feel like I play on autopilot of like, let's just ignore this character most of the time, unless I have an active cooldown that directly makes a problem for that character. It's an all or nothing type of thing.
I understand. Well, I appreciate your time. I definitely agree. I mean, I think like Vendetta's definitely got some problems, and I think the way that you highlighted it is definitely very important. And I think you might also make good points about like patches being basically unimpactful for the vast majority of players, but then every now and then like something really stinks comes through. And then you got to like ask yourself, wait, what is going on? Where you can actively, viscerally feel so much worse. But appreciate your time, mate. Thank you for typing up.
No worries.
And have a good rest of your afternoon. Cheers.
All right, you too.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's keep going here. Let's check out our next topic here, and we'll go from there. We'll go top. Thanks to Ren very much. Appreciate your time, mate. Skyleaf talks about cosmetics. I don't know if we said, Sky, I don't know if you're here or if you're interested in voice. And no problem if not, but let me check the thing here. I don't see Sky, so we might move on. There was some really good thought in that. I feel bad skipping, but like I said, we do have a lot, so maybe we'll come back to that one a little bit later. Yeah, reminder chat and obviously the platform and the little freaking stadium, or not the stadium thing, whatever I'm talking in right now. Just keep it respectful, please. I think everyone's done a good job being respectful. Okay, thank you. No problem. I'm sorry we have to skip your point. We might come back to it later. Let's see here. Ender. Are you here, Ender? Is Ender Shelby? This is super inefficient. I apologize. Are you interested in joining voice, Ender? If so, raise your hand. I don't know if you know how to do that. Yes, excellent. Okay, I think we're going to talk about one-shots. Hello?
Hello.
How are
Hi.
you?
I am doing all right.
Okay. Ender, okay for you? Does that work? Shelby? Ender
Yeah,
Shelby?
that's fine.
Okay.
You can call me Ender. You can call me Shelby. That's fine.
Perfect. So elaborate on your thoughts. I think you were talking about one-shots specifically, and you feel like they don't belong in Overwatch. Okay.
So, this was happening with like a talk between my friend on another Discord server before. But I need to talk about it because it's something that I actually went into recently, and I was doing my support placements, and I remember, and I ran into a Hanzo.
Yeah.
And everything like that, and Hanzo could one-shot.
Yeah.
Then I remember the days when Hanzo couldn't one-shot, where they removed it because of increased hero pools, and then they kept changing that for Hanzo. Like, Hanzo couldn't one-shot before, and then they brought him down to 225, brought other characters down to 225.
Yep.
I think that was the weirdest change ever because Hanzo was now more squishier and everything like that. But the problem and the infuriating thing about Hanzo before he got his one-shot back was like, he couldn't one-shot like 250. They were stuck at 1 HP, but he got like one-shot 225 HP. The problem is that I know one-shots will make the character terrible, but it's one of the biggest problems with the game in general. Mm-hmm. Widowmaker, Roadhog, and I did mention Reinhardt Pin. Reinhardt Pin's like one of the most annoying abilities because it's so random. You don't understand if you're going to get pinned, and everything like that.
Yeah, true. Okay.
And I did say that, and one of my friends did say this, that Tank should not one-shot, and I agree to some extent. Before Sigma got that big buff to his left click, he could one-shot with his rock. Everything like that. No character should actually ever one-shot in a hero shooter. I understand that it will make the character terrible, but that character needs to stay terrible so the game can stay balanced in a good balanced way.
Sure.
I think like Sojo. So I call her Sojo because I play Tracer, and that's what Tracer calls Sojo and everything like that. I think like one shot should just be immediately removed from hero shooters in general because it's unfun. It's just respawn simulator, and it just makes the game play more exhausting.
Sure.
And you have to play cover against that.
I think your last point there is, I think, probably the most interesting, because I was going to ask you, what's the difference between a one shot and a two shot? If, like, let's say, for example, we just got off the phone with like somebody who hates Vendetta, right? Ren was talking about Vendetta, and there's stuff like, you have Kiriko like with the two taps, and like Junkrat technically. So what is it specifically about a one shot that means it doesn't belong in Overwatch? Like why? What separates a one shot kill from a two shot kill? As for you on the receiving end, why does it feel worse?
Because a two shot you can like immediately heal from that and everything like that.
Sure.
A one shot, you like even if you're in Zen ult, dude, you get one shot. It doesn't heal a one shot. And that's one of the biggest problems with that. It's like you get one shot from a Widow from like 50 miles from 50. I don't know if that's her fall off, but you get one shot from a Widow randomly, and you think that you're invincible in this like Zen ult, but then you immediately explode.
So you're saying almost like your ability to react or counterplay is kind of given away with one shots.
Yeah.
Like,
sorry.
No, finish your thought.
I don't. Okay. Another thing is about Roadhog, and as someone who has played a lot of Roadhog, I don't like it when Roadhog can one shot, and Roadhog can one shot Reaper now. That should not be possible. Because I don't think that's ever actually happened in the state of Overwatch until Roadhog got that big buff.
Here's my problem with one shots. I'm curious if you agree. It's the lack of interactivity, as you said there, but it's also that a lot of one shots make you feel as if you peeking or engaging in the game was a mistake.
Yep.
I think Roadhog's a great example. You can't not peek Roadhog. Like you do have to, you have to engage, or he's gonna get all the space. Like nobody no pro player avoids Roadhog all the time. It's more about like movement or gauging, and the same thing happens with it. You can't just not peek Widow or not peek Hanzo or not peek Soju Drill or not peek Roadhog. And so I think that's like a real criticism of is what you were saying with cover earlier, where it's like you just feel like I'm not allowed to actively engage in the game. Whereas with a 2-shot or a 3-shot, you have, they still get the reward of hitting the shot by forcing you to disengage from the fight or forcing you to use resources, but then they're unable to kind of respond in turn. So I agree with you. That's kind of my problem with one shot. I'd argue that not all one shots are created alike, and I think it's important to say that like for example, I'm less concerned with Rhine Pin because you do have time to react to it. Like that's the crucial difference between Rhine Pin and Roadhog and Widow Headshot. But your point about it being random is definitely it's true. It's a little bit RNG. So I guess this is where we kind of come to no. So this is kind of where we come to the point here where it's like, okay, so we don't like, it's not an accident that Roadhog, Hanzo, Widow, these are characters people don't like, right? These are unpopular, frustrating to play versus characters, and your argument is that they should just be trash. Here's my argument for this, and this is going to be my realistic approach. As a game developer, designer, you could argue that overall people would be happier if Roadhog, Hanzo, and Widow are not good, but I don't think you can set the precedent of leaving somebody taking away a one-shot entirely, because that will, at least indiscriminately, because that's going to be putting these characters at 30% win rates. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, you can't, I think you can have character. I agree with you that I like when Roadhog's bad. It's fine for Roadhog to be bad. Not every character has to play at the highest level. I think it's basically impossible to do that. But I'm concerned that if we followed your feedback, we would have characters that are legitimately unplayable. And I think that we have to ask ourselves, where in their kit can we give them power budget besides the one shot? Like if we take away or nerf Widow headshot or Roadhog one shot, what can we buff? What can we give them? You kind of see what I'm saying? And that's kind of like my point here is where like I agree with you holistically, but I agree with you that these characters need minor reworks or development attention. I don't know that I would just necessarily pull the plug on their one shot right now. Do you see what I'm saying?
One of the things I do want to say real quick is Black Widow in Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals, Black Widow can't one shot unless she has a damage boost.
Right.
And if you do not have a damage boost character on that team, Black Widow's like immediately terrible.
Right.
And Black Widow has been consistently terrible because the developers refuse to give her a one shot. but then there is a character, Hawkeye, that can one shot.
Yeah.
So it's just like,
okay, here's
so
a
it's
quick
just, like-
Can I interrupt really fast? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's a
fine,
great
that's fine.
example
So-
because okay, imagine Black Widow in Overwatch.
Oh god.
No, hang on a second. I'm not as negative about it as you might think, because the thing about compare Black Widow's kit to Widowmaker's kit, who's got the more expansive kit, who's got more tools? Black Widow, right? Like she's got way
Black
more,
Widow,
right?
yeah.
However, why do you think Black Widow is so reliant off of one shots and rivals? Compare the sustain of rivals to the sustain of Overwatch. Do you see what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah, I do.
to me, I look at Black Widow as something that's like, I'm not saying necessarily want all of Black Widow. I don't even remember all of her kit, but like a Black Widow would actually function in Overwatch because she doesn't need the one shot to function, right? But compare Black Widow to Widowmaker. Widowmaker just doesn't have any kit power. She doesn't have like any, like even stuff like Venomine is super cringe and cancer to play into, right? Like they can only buff Venomine so much, right? So it's like that to me is like, that's kind of like highlights the problem right there, where it's like Black Widow definitely has the kit to be buffed in other ways besides one shot, but she's just in the wrong game because the sustained damage in Rivals is really bad. The game is horrific from that front. But does that kind of make sense? Do you kind of see my point there? It's like I actually think Marvel Rivals Widowmaker would fit okay in Overwatch, probably even better than Widowmaker.
Yeah. It's probably because Black Widow has better kit has a better kit than Widow, because she
Agreed.
actually has a stun and a kick where it can put him in a stun state.
Right.
And I want to say real quick about Ryan Pin that I understand that, because in season 9, when they didn't buff Pin to hurt like 300 and 200, 300, and it would leave them at like 25 health or something like that. This made Reinhardt completely terrible. But the it's just the RNG factor is kind of annoying.
Right.
It's funny. I like playing Reinhardt, and Ryan Pin is such a funny move.
Right.
But Reinhardt, people hate getting pinned by Ryan. People hate it so much. And you see people like actually lose their mental state because every time, because they just get randomly pinned by a Reinhardt, and you don't expect to actually die from that Reinhardt.
Right. Like you said, it kind of comes down to the variance, or any of those vacuum pins definitely don't feel good. I think it's more of a visual bug with where the hitbox seems to be lined up, I understand your point there. Well, I appreciate your thought on one shots. I definitely think you raised some good points about like the variance, right? The lack of counterplay, the over reliance, and basically just having to AFK behind cover, and also raises some questions about like, you know, are there certain characters that are just better when they're bad? And I think like, I don't know if I go as far removing one shots entirely, but I definitely think the answer is yes to an extent.
I also just made a small little note to my to pay about Freya.
Yeah.
Like Freya relying on 225 HP heroes. I don't know if I worded that correctly, but I really hate how they're focusing on more burst damage towards 225 heroes. I understand and everything like that. Freya is like completely in a weird state right now and everything like that, but I don't know why they had to make that emphasis on 225 HP targets.
They have done that a lot, where they've given 225 HP targets more burst, or they've allowed 225 HP targets to maintain burst instead of moving them up an HP threshold. Definitely agree there.
I need to say something real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Please, Blizzard, if you are watching this, please nerf Sojo. Please, this character has ruined my life. It's ruined my games. Please.
Shoot your shot, man. I appreciate it. All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you again for joining Voice. All right. Cheers.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll keep going on. Thanks to Ender.
If I wanted to play a low or instant TTK game, I wouldn't be playing out 2.
I agree, Chris. Thank you for the sub. Okay. Let's keep going here. Thank you, Bob Communist, for the farting elephant. Okay, we're gonna again just focus on the voice channel. Okay, so Nady, I appreciate being willing to turn your camera and voice channel, but I do want to get more debate stuff instead of more stuff that people agree with me on. So I might have to hurt some feelings here because I might have to skip because I think some of these I'm like, I either at worst I'm like mostly agree with or just agree with entirely. Like even here, Tristan, I don't necessarily agree or disagree. Let hang tight. I hang tight. Ooh, okay. Grandma, are you here? Can you join VC? We can talk about HitScan. Okay, we'll talk about HitScan, Grandma. I think this is a reasonable little discussion that we can have here on HitScan. Because I have my own take on this. I'll invite you to speak. Hello, Grandma?
Hello, how are you doing?
You don't sound like my grandma.
Sorry, I just have a cold.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, sell me on the horrific design unsalvageability of HitScan.
Okay, so sorry if my thoughts are a little scattered. I just got off work, but
That's fine. That's fine.
I just think HitScan is incredibly bloated and like oversaturated. Like
Okay.
we just don't need any more HitScan.
Define HitScan for me really fast. Not literally, but what you're talking about here.
The role of HitScan, a guy who sits in the back, takes angles sometimes, pokes, your Ashes, Hanzos, Freyas, Widows.
Yeah, just give me the full list. Ash, Hanzo, Freya, Widow. Who else? Cass, I assume.
Yeah, Cass, Soj, Bastion. I don't know if you count him as HitScan, but yeah, I'm including Sojourn.
Okay, so basically any form of like pokey DPS with like very fast
pokey
projectiles.
DPS.
Okay. So talk to me why they suck and why they shouldn't exist. You mentioned bloated. Talk to me about bloated.
So I think HitScan should exist. I'm just saying we have way too many, and I think we need to halt the production of them. I'm just tired of seeing them. Like so many of them like step on like each other's niches, or like they step on the toes of each other.
Sure.
Like,
why is that a problem for you?
I just like my game to be like nice and cookie cutter. Like, do we really? Like, how many, like, gun guys do we need,
Well, I mean, it is a first-person shooter, right? So, like, you're going to have a lot of people that want to play gun guys. Yeah. So, okay, so here's my thoughts on this, okay? So, my thoughts on the whole cookie cutter thing is the reason why I have a problem with the cookie cutter approach, and like you said, stepping on each other's toes, is because a lot of these characters don't really add anything to the well-rounded feel of Overwatch, I think that's like a legitimate, like, for example, I think like when I see Cassidy, the way I want to play Cassidy and the niche that I think that he should fill, just even from a visual check, fails, right? Whether it's, whether the silver bolt, but honestly, even before silver, just with the fall off range of the character, right? So
yes.
He now competes with XY, Ash, Hanzo, whatever, and it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you look at somebody like Freya, right? And you like look at, we've got Ash, we've got Widow, we've got Hanzo, we've got all of these people with range, right? And then we're like, well, we're gonna make her 2-tap, and then we're gonna make her super fragile, super squishy, so that even though she has 3 to whatever mobility cooldowns, she can't get her hands dirty, otherwise she explodes. It's like, well, then what is like her niche? I remember being kind of astonished when I figured out her niche, and this is prior to the recent changes, where it was essentially like you literally just played like a normal sniper, but you just went up instead of, and it was like, that felt so wrong to have all that mobility and not be able to do anything with it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you probably agree with that. But like that to me is the problem, is that I think there's wasted, congested design space, and then there's more things that they could do with HitScan. Not just from a kit design, but also like using the kit that they already have, and they just keep whiffing on it. That's my argument.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I like disagree a little bit.
Okay,
where
please.
It's like I do agree that they like are like homogenizing HitScan, where it's like giving Cass longer range, less HP, Like they're all just becoming like Ash in my brain.
Yeah.
But,
Even the Ash fall off increase recently. It's like
Yeah,
let's just really
she's
double
becoming
down
more
on
like Widow.
Sniper. Right.
But I just don't like. What more can you do with a guy with a gun? Like,
So you're saying like with hitscan, you're limiting yourself design space wise just because there's just less things that you can do with a lethal weapon at range. Like you can't really add that much to the kit. Okay.
Like there's just less like room to mate, or there's less like design space.
Okay.
You know, compare that to like a flanker. You know, like Genji or Ash, or not Ash, Tracer, Venture, Echo. Get weird with it. Sim, May, just flex DPS in general.
Yeah. Would you say that that's not necessarily inherent to hitscan and just happens to be the bad design of some of the hitscan? For example, like I think we just gave a good example with Freya right now. Like Freya has the kit to be able to do some creative things, but they've just put way too much for power budget into Bolt. Like could you see like a hit scan that is a person that has a hit scan weapon that is lower damage and has a lot more mobility and a lot more utility? Like, could that fundamentally function?
Yeah, maybe, but like at that point, like that specific design, we're like kind of blurring the lines between hit scan and like flex DPS.
Right. So what you're doing is you're defining hit scan as a person that takes longer sight lanes and shoots.
Yes.
Right? Not the function of a gun being literally hit scan. So what?
No, of course not.
Yeah. So
like,
what you're describing?
What are we putting quartz on? What are we putting lip on?
Right. So you're describing like the contrast of Ash versus Tracer, or like Hanzo versus, like you said, May, or something like that, right? Where it's like these are characters that are ranged DPS, and we have a very lethal long ranged kit. You're gonna have kind of an undercooked kit just because in theory that gun is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and you're putting yourself in a box.
I would agree with that. I think I would agree with that. I do think that we have so much range DPS in Overwatch 2. I would agree with that very much. Now here's a question for you. What do you think about Ana?
What do I think about Ana? I love Ana. Ana's great.
Okay, so what's the difference between Ana and every other hitscan character for you?
She is a support, not a DPS.
Okay, you've been playing versus too many plat players. Okay, if she's playing correctly, taking space, performing the way that she's supposed to be doing, applying pressure, what's the difference between Ana and any other hitscan player in terms? Like, isn't that a relatively expansive, thoughtful kit on a character with an incredibly useful long range weapon?
Yeah, but I mean, she's a support, not a DPS. Where it's just like her being a support is already like such like an interesting like niche. Sure.
But you see my point here, right? Like I'm not like you have a character that technically has incredible range and hit scan and has a lot of power budget in her weapon. All right. And her kit is still interesting and thoughtful. And I don't think support alone, certainly not Overwatch 2, is enough to justify the answer. You want my opinion on this? The difference, and this is, you could really separate it here. I think it's because of Ana's burst from range. Ana does not have burst from range. You understand what I'm saying? So like, at least until she gets her major perk.
Well, give her a major perk, yeah.
Yeah. This is why I don't like that major perk. It's because I do think that it's a little, it breaks what she's at. But I guess this is kind of my point here, is like your problem is the AFK in the backline and don't actively engage in the fight with your brain. Kind of a problem, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think your problem is necessarily even the power budget of the weapon. I think it's both the burst and the boring kits that go along with that burst from the weapon. And I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. And I agree. I think that the role is definitely bloated. Like we have Ash, Hanzo, Freya, Widow, to a lesser extent Cassie, and also to a lesser extent Soldier. These are all characters with absurd range and undercooked kits. And like I feel like I'm probably forgetting somebody too. It's just, there's just not a lot going on there, and it definitely leads to like a more homogenous, less interesting Overwatch. I definitely agree.
Yeah. Like, I think we can take, like, 5 years off of hitscan. Honestly.
I don't know that we'll get that, but let's put it this way. My argument is that I will pray for characters that are technically mid-range hitscan, but have less bursts and more interesting kits. That's what I'm going to hope for. That's my hope. because I don't think we're going to see hit scan just dry up for 2 years, or 3 years or 5 years. But I think they can do better. I mean, if you think about it, it seems like they tried with Sojourn. They just failed miserably because they refused to divorce themselves from the way Rail that currently functions. I knew I forgot somebody. The way Rail currently functions. But I think Sojourn is like a great example of like somebody that should be both encouraging to hit scan haters and also really discouraging because they've made zero progress with her over like the last 3 years. Because
even
to your
Soj,
point, they've refused to take budget out of the hit scan part of her weapon and give it to her kit, right?
Yeah, I mean, that also brings up another point of mine where it's like, when you have so many hit scan, it just leaves some completely irrelevant. Like, why play Soldier 76 ever if Sojourn exists? Like, unless you're like lip trolling on like New Queen Street or whatever, why are you playing Soldier?
I think the argument that you have is that there are certain maps where if you're playing the correct range DPS, they can just totally negate everything else.
Yeah, but it's also based on meta, where it's like, if Ashe is good, you're gonna see like a severe downtick in like Freya.
Well, you know why that is, right? You know why that is? Is because the kits of these hit scan characters, as you mentioned, are so undercooked. So like the obvious answer of like how do you play Soldier into Ashe or Soldier into Soj? Well, you just don't peek the same sight lines. You find a different angle. The problem with that is that the other angle is going to be contested by a quote unquote flex DPS or a projectile or a flanker, and Soldier's kit isn't good enough to contest and fight those people on those lanes. So they end up having to contest the hit scan in the same angle on the one that they're bad at. So this is where like the weak kit design of characters like Hanzo, Soldier, Cassidy even means that they can't make up for it by finding a different angle a lot of the time. They only usually will, on a lot of maps, will only have the one sight line that they can contest for because their kits are just too bad. So yeah, I agree. But my point being is that like I think it's conceptually possible. They just need to do a better job with kit design and avoid just more burst from range, especially. That's my argument.
Yeah, I agree, mainly.
Okay. Well, Grandma, I appreciate your time.
Hold on, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, please.
If I ran Overwatch, I would cut Widow, Hanzo, Soj, and Freya. Like, just kill those characters off.
Yeah. Sounds familiar. I think you and Ender would agree for sure. I don't think a lot of people would disagree with you either. All right, back to your rocking chair. Appreciate your time, mate.
All right, I'll go back to the rocking chair. Thank you.
You're welcome, mate. All right, let's keep rolling here. Appreciate Grandma. I always knew the old lady was a hit scan hater. Let's see here. I agree with the Overwatch 2 maps. Okay, Brax, I think I agree with all this. I'm going to keep going. Blizzard's babyifying Overwatch to appeal to a wider audience of maybe individuals' skill expression. Ooh, okay. Okay, spicy. Cheating Pete. Are you here, Cheating Pete? That's such a what a sentence. Yes, Cheating Pete. Raise your hand if you're interested in joining. Who's raising? Oh, sorry, hit. We had only Cheating Pete. Where's Cheating Pete? I lost him. Would you like to... Okay, I'm going to invite. We're just going to see if it works. Oh, there it is. Cheating Pete, can you hear me? Hello?
Is this Spilo?
Yeah, this is Spilo. Now, you promised me...
It's Jeff from the Overwatch team.
Welcome, Pete. I mean, Jeff, sorry.
Okay.
Right.
What did I say again? They're babying Overwatch? Yeah.
Jeff, you said they're babyifying Overwatch and that they're just generifying Overwatch. Argue your point.
Yeah. I believe that Blizzard is making every character always too good, and they can always do everything all the time.
Okay.
I believe that no character is ever bad ever.
Okay. So you're saying all new characters come out, they're OP, and they're just jack of all trades, just can do everything at all time. All right,
Yup.
Jeff, what was your why has this changed? What was your original philosophy, Jeff? Like, how is this different than where we're at right now?
Well, if you look at like all like the old Overwatch characters from like way back when, like 6 years ago, you know, they all have very specific things that they're bad at. You know, Widow, if you dive her, she's dead. Same thing with Hanzo.
Yeah.
Also with like, I don't know, like Sombra. I mean, I guess Sombra now because she's technically an Overwatch 1 character.
Yep.
If she gets out of invisibility, you could just like kill her instantly. With the new characters like Freya, she can kill tanks, she can kill DPS, she can kill everybody, and there's not really much you can do about it because she can just get away. She's good at DPSing. She's good at hit scanning. Like you can just kind of like sit behind like your tank and just like shoot people. I haven't played much Freya, but that's what I've seen. But she can also just go on the flank and kill like everyone and get out. You can play her like a Genji, or you can play her like a Sojourn, and there's no disadvantages to either.
Okay.
Same thing with Sojourn as well. I think Sojourn has that problem.
Okay. So I would disagree with the last statement. I think, like, besides the fact that many of these characters have been released in an overtuned state, I think I'd like to divorce that argument from your initial argument. Like, I think it's unquestionable that basically every character besides Lifeweaver has been released in an overtuned state. However, that's been the case since even going back to Overwatch 1 for the most part. I think there were definitely some outliers. I think Orisa at the time wasn't super strong. I think Ball at the time was too difficult for the vast majority of player base. But most heroes that have been released have had some impact on the meta, either significantly or not significantly. Safe side is strong. I think they've definitely overcooked with that. But I don't want to like confuse between the purposeful, more middle of the road kit design with characters just being OP. Like if Freya was contesting Genji on her release, that's clearly just a OP character design and not necessarily a kit design problem, in my opinion. Now, you may disagree, but let me get to your second point here, which is the kit design problem. Okay, so this is what I would describe as modern game design, for better or worse. If you go back to like old board games, like I'm talking about literally freaking board games. Like I'm gonna debate Cereal and Settlers of Catan in a little bit, right? Age of Empires 2, it's freaking this game called Spirit Island, old Overwatch 1, old shooter games like CS, right? Everything back then was designed around having very stark hero identities, even some of the MMOs that I used to play. Very stark hero identities, very stark strengths, and very stark weaknesses. And the reason that they do that is this is like the old counterplay option. You can either counter pick or you can build a team comp combining multiple, like you could put your Reinhardt, who's like really slow but really strong point presence, with a Diva who's like really fast, and you have your Ryan Diva combo, or you have your Ana Lucio. And it was like you combine those into like these more complicated combinations, but everything's like pretty stark. Like everything's got like a 10 strength and a 1 weakness. Widowmaker, like you said, you can literally go down the list of Overwatch 1 characters, and almost all of them have strong strengths, weak weaknesses. Now, modern game design looked at that, and the cynical way of looking at it is said that no, we want everyone to be able to do everything, because if people lose to Widowmaker as a, I don't know, Reaper, they complain. Oh, I need to be able to dive Widow. Everybody needs to be able to dive Widow. Or Widow needs to be able to live dives and not die instantly. Like everybody needs to do everything because people complain. You know, they want to complain, they complain. That's a cynical way of looking at it, and that might be true. The more positive way of looking at it, especially if you've played anything besides Overwatch, is that inherently when you have these starker hero designs and game designs, the amount of choices that you can make is dramatically reduced, because there's only so many things that you can do. And so if it's a bad matchup, if it's a bad map, there's basically nothing that you can do. And then even when you have an advantage, the amount of things, like, for example, let's just go with the Widow example, right? The amount of angles that a Widow can take with a lower cooldown on grapple, or with a 125 in a mine, or we'll look at Sojourn, like the amount of angles that a Sojourn can take as opposed to Widowmaker, it just dramatically, there's more choice, there's more things that you can do. And because you're playing versus people, heroes, that can also make more choices, it doesn't make the game easier, it just makes the game more complicated. And I think if that's probably the biggest takeaway, if you're being more positive about it, which I like to be, is that modern game design is about introducing more choices for the player and then forcing them to make the right choice more often than not. And that just becomes a problem when you have too many characters that were not kept up to date, because they are still locked into the same binary choice system they've had since 2017, 2016, whereas everybody new kid on the block has more choices. Now, the fun thing about this, I promise I'm almost done, is that doesn't necessarily mean that those newer characters are always stronger, right? I think if you look at like Freya Sojourn's performance compared to just the old school Ashe, right, recently, Ashe is significantly better right now. Why? Because she doesn't have to make as many positional choices as Freya Sojourn, but her kit's just stronger right now. So my argument is that you look at characters like Hazard. Is he a brawl tank? Is he a dive tank? He's kind of somewhere in between. And not every character has to be somewhere in between. But I find playing, coaching, whatever, playing versus Hazard to be a much more interesting approach than playing versus like old school Orisa, old school Roadhog, even old school Reinhardt, because there's just more things that I have to think about when playing versus him and more things I have to think about when I'm playing as him. Now, you don't have to agree with that, but that's the way modern game design has gone, for better or worse, with everything, not just Overwatch. That's my rant.
Okay.
I know you disagree, Jeff. I mean, you made Overwatch 1. You got your Brigittas, your Widows, and your Bastions, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, I think that just having like a character that can do anything kind of like defeats the point of it being like a hero shooter. I think it's kind of just like turning like Overwatch into like the same thing as just like picking a gun in like Call of Duty, where you just like pick who's fun and you don't really pick who you want, who's like best in the situation. Like you could probably have like several characters that like fill the same niche. Like I put like Ashe and Widow like in the same box, and they're both Overwatch 1 and they both have very clear weaknesses in that they can like both get dived. But like if you're talking about like a character that's like so insanely versatile, there's not really like too much of a reason to like make like different like compositions or anything. You're kind of just shooting people like brainlessly. You're just kind of in like just auto picking the character. I barely ever look at like the other team's comp, and I just auto pick like Kiriko. I'm a support player. Just auto pick Kiriko no matter what.
She's the most flexible support in the game, I think, as well, to your point.
A lot of supports now are. I mean, like Juno, I used to play Juno. Juno, they added the like crit thing. Like you should be able to like go in and like rip Juno in half.
Right.
But you can't now because she has the torpedoes. She has the one turret that makes it so that it goes down really fast, so she can constantly just. And she can just shoot your head off. She can kill you like instantly. Like, I've been getting killed by Juno way more than I did before.
Sure.
And that might be a skill issue, but I'm in gold, so I don't think so.
So you're saying basically these sharper designs, are just more interesting to like build around and strategize around. Like
that's the whole point of the hero shooter. That's the whole point of like League or whatever, is that you get the different comps and you can, it's like you gotta use your brain a little. Yeah,
I understand. I understand what you're saying. It is more interesting to have characters that do have some pretty defined strengths and weaknesses that you can kind of play around. Okay, so to your point then, okay, so like ignore the whole modern whatever game design discussion. Would you not classify like Venture, Vendetta, would you not say that these are potentially like pretty stark hero designs, like for better or worse?
I mean, I guess, okay, Venture, sure. Venture is a very up close, like just go in there and kill, like dive. Kind of, I don't know if that's the right term. Vendetta, though, I think she fills too many roles. I think they were going for her to just be a dive character because, she has the insane mobility. She can throw her fucking sword, go up there and grab it. But I think she can, like, just, like, fill both, like, brawl and dive, which I don't think she should be doing. I would think you could kind of just, like, take like a little bit of an off angle, just go like a little bit around, and then like go and kill people while like I don't know, whoever your tank is, like I don't know, Junker Queen, you could just like slash down people and kill them. And she has too much health for that too. Like that her health is what enables or to do that.
I understand. I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess maybe my last question then is like, do you feel like there's still like sharp design space left in Overwatch? Like, I think clearly the answer is yes, but like, do you still feel like there's a lot of like niches, unique, weird, crazy outlier Overwatch 1-esque hero designs that are like left to be explored? Because like, as like the kit, like as you said, like the League-esque hero design keeps expanding, do we start running into things where we kind of have to like not homogenize, but not everything is going to be super, super, super unique, right? Like, or do you feel like there's still a lot of design space left?
I feel like I haven't thought about that much. I feel like there's still probably like some left.
Sure.
I think you could probably I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking you to come up with ideas. I'm just asking.
No, but I think there's probably some. I think all the Overwatch team, they could probably find something, to fill their There's probably something.
Right, I understand.
Think, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, somebody in my chat says like this kind of boils down to counterplay versus counter swap to an extent. Yeah. The positive way of looking at that would be more like hero designs with more choices versus hero designs with very unique experiences, right? And I think like there has to be a balance there. But yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. And it definitely, if every hero was a Sojourn, a Hazard, a Kiriko, I think it would get pretty boring pretty quick, you know, where it's like everyone's kind of like decent at everything, jack of all trades. And I do think that there's some design space, but I would say that like my opinion is that I don't want Widowmakers or Bastions or Orissas. You know, I don't want the opposite extreme where it's like a very sharp, and that you play around me or you lose, basically. I'm not as big of a fan of that. But
I think there's just too many flexible ones now.
I understand what you're saying. And there's definitely been a tendency towards that, for sure. All right, mate. Well, I appreciate it. Jeff, go back to your seclusion in Ecuador doing whatever you're doing, probably working on mobile games or, you know, stirring up the people. I have no idea what you're doing. Appreciate your time, mate.
Bye.
Right, thank you, Jeff from Overwatch. We can turn on Facecam. Yeah, we can turn on Facecam. I will just have to disable my Facecam. Let me see if I can do that really fast. Give me a sec. Let's see if I can do that real fast. I think I can make it work. Oh gosh, not with this background. No background, please. Yeah, maybe that would be better so you guys don't have to like look at Twitch chat or whatever the stream delay. Yeah, I think we're okay. No, I'm not keeping that background. That was for the thing here. Okay, hello. Let's keep going here. I know I'm missing like important notifications or I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's see here. Okay. We talked with Jeff from Overwatch. Sojourn requires a rework. Make May a tank. No crabs. No crabs. I legitimately could not possibly care less. I think the Overwatch should done so they want the game to be played. I don't know how to do their here. Why for Shadow Charge? Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. So, Trashman, Junker Queen Goats, sure, Kata. I agree with you here, Kata. I'm tempted. Okay, I'm actually curious. Explosions, if you're here, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I do think this is a very interesting topic, so I might bend the rules here. Is Explosions here? Yeah, I want your thoughts on this.
Hey, I should be unmuted now.
Yeah, you're all set.
Hello. Yes, I will bring you down a little bit so I don't explode my ears.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so what specifically do you want to
So
talk about in my.
you talked about committing to a vision, I think with Stadium specifically. So talk me through that a little
Yeah, that kind of came into my mind because I was thinking why I didn't actually stick to playing Stadium, because I started playing it at the start because I have a MOBA background, so like yay, it's a MOBAization. But then I was thinking why. Probably one of the reasons is that because I play a lot of the main mode, and when I get better at it.
Yeah.
But then the other reason was that because I have experienced a lot of the other MOBA, be that being Deadlock, Smite, even Paladins, and LoL and Dota as well, that like those more sharper, they have like all of the MOBA stuff, the laning and the bigger item shops and everything. Then I was kind of thinking that because the Stadium is kind of trying to do this middle ground where they have a lot of the parts, but they are still missing like the laning part and all of that.
Yeah.
And then that kind of just makes me, I want to play Overwatch because it's Overwatch, and then not this half middle mode that isn't really a MOBA, isn't really a hero shooter. But that was kind of what brought this up. So then it's like, what was I thinking? Next. Yeah. So because they started with the ranked queue on the Stadium, which is like to me kind of clashes with the fact that like the 5v5 and 6v6 side already has 3 nice ranked modes, and that's getting the one kind of audience. But then like positioning it as the more casual, different kind of experience might have been better, but I'm not really, don't care too much if it's more ranked focused or more quick play focused.
Yeah,
But,
it's
like,
also like,
one
if
of
I can
them would have been
interject
better.
really fast, I'm curious your thoughts on this. It felt like the game mode was very much so like casual from the beginning, right? Which made the splitting of
Yes,
ranking
that's
quickly even
also
stranger.
what I was thinking when it launched. Was expecting that.
So what would you have done differently between like whether it's the balancing or the design or the splitting of queues? Like what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I would have very much liked and preferred if it stayed either in the ranked rule set for the time that they needed to maybe find a workaround to get rid of the matchmaking limitations. Like you couldn't play with friends if there was too big of a rank cap and so on.
I didn't know that. So wait, there was a matchmaking limitation with Stadium? Really?
Yeah, because like there was like inside limitations in the engine because like they couldn't decouple it from the actual ranked rule set and the quick play rule set. That was one of the reasons that definitely led into it actually being a new cube being created for quick play under the quick play rule set. I would have wanted them to stick to one and then try to go with that and then try to fix the limitations after the fact if they really wanted to do that. But maybe the quick play would have been better because it is less restrictive. You can play with more players.
Right.
There's the rank.
Well, okay, so my problem with that then is that people are kind of stupid and they need a motivation to play, right? And even though obviously rank inflation is like they're publicly out front with rank inflation in Stadium. Like rank means almost nothing in Stadium. However, people still like number going up. But people like rank going up. You understand what I'm saying? So like I think that like
yeah, I do get that point, but to me it's more of a progression system and the rank still is there.
Yeah.
So I would much prefer it to be that way where it's less restrictive on how you can play it, but then it has the ranking progression system.
Yeah.
And that would be the better way to go. And then keeping it in the one specific thing, and then they can focus on that so they don't create long-term problems, because that's what I'm kind of seeing with this.
Right.
Because they have now they have 2 queues and they are still different now that the draft is in the comp one and other differences. But I don't think they are different enough that they should have created the queue and instead should
agree.
Stick with one of them.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm curious to see how they're impacting that. What last little question for you. What is your opinion of Stadium long term? Do you think that this game mode has like enough legs to stand on in terms of like longevity? Like if they have this trickle of content that continues to kind of come forth, is it just broken from the get-go with the Overwatch engine just basically having a MOBA thing slapped on top of it? What is your opinion on that?
For me, as like a kind of a MOBA player that likes hero shooters as a separate thing, to me, it doesn't have the legs to go very long term because it doesn't have all of the things that make MOBAs interesting.
Like the
in my
farming
point
and
of view.
laning and the PvE kind of side of things. Yeah.
So from my point of view, it may not have the longevity to actually
Right.
keep going. It's gonna be fine for now, but I might be wrong because I'm approaching it with the info of having played most of the other MOBAs.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
I think the attempt was that it's going to create its own niche by being something uniquely different, but I just don't know if it was done well enough to dig its own trench. I think it's going to be unfairly compared to like every other MOBA, but sadly, that's kind of unavoidable unless you're just so incredibly good that you are able to create your own niche. Because you're right, so much of the MOBA aspects that I don't necessarily love myself, but I understand the appeal for, is the laning, it is the PvE, it is the incredibly complicated build creation, and it just Overwatch cannot compete on those fronts at all. But then if you're thinking about like, well, what are the
people? The lane would be better.
Right. And then you go to like the PvP shooter side of things. Well, you can't take that too seriously as well because it's super gimmicky, super consistent. You should just be playing 6v6 or 5v5 at that point. So it's like...
I just overall don't like this trend. It's just kind of a...
Right.
It's not too bad, but I don't like it where we're trying to catch all the players, even though there is a limit to how many players you can catch. And it does create problems. It creates friction because all these systems are pulling in slightly different directions. Right.
Okay, this is going to be a spicy take. I'm curious here. I think it's the Marvel Rivals of Overwatch. I think it's the place where support players go to turn their brain off. That's my opinion of Stadium, essentially, where you could just sit in the back, live forever, vomit stats, get all the dopamine that you want. And I just don't know if that's going to work forever, right? Because you're going to start having these characters that are going to come in there. They're going to break that little niche. I mean, Hazard caused a train wreck, right? We've got freaking spawn camping turrets for crying out loud, right? So do you think, okay, maybe this is maybe the most important question. My prediction has been Stadium's got 9 months before serious questions have to be asked. Do you think it was a worthy experiment for the Overwatch team as a whole?
Do you think that it was definitely?
What did we learn?
And they still have some ways to go.
What did we learn? You know, this is a stupid question. You're not a dev. I'm not a dev. But what do you think they could learn from this?
I think they definitely have learned what adding new systems on top of the base Overwatch will definitely do to the game, and what kind of effect they will have. So that will help them maybe make other more limited time modes, or see if they can make it into something better. Maybe the PvE revival, but it's definitely worth it for me in my eyes, because it does have some runway. It's gonna go for like a couple years or so, maybe. And then we'll have to see if the players actually stick around, or how the discourse changes.
Overwatch is such a strange game to me, because this is going to be I will say it's a hot take, but it's probably more lukewarm. I think Overwatch has failed on every game mode besides their main game mode since 2016. I think every aspect of Overwatch has been at best mediocre besides the game mode. I think every arcade mode, I think the Stadium, I think every PvE, our implementation of custom games, I think everything in Overwatch has done that hasn't been the base game mode has just been incredibly mediocre or actively trash. And I don't know if that's like just due to a competence thing, or if it's just the way that Overwatch, in terms of the intensity and the speed, that the way that the game works, or maybe it just doesn't get the resources. I don't know. It just nothing has worked. And I don't think that's that hot of a take, because I think we can see from the population, it's just not been supported. PvE game mode's been canceled. Arcade stuff is just super safe or just gets cycled in and out. Stadium doesn't seem to be doing super well. I just don't know. Like, Overwatch has just never really succeeded with anything. I mean, even back, I don't know if you know much about like the whole PvE that got canceled stuff. From what I heard from like even reading the Blizzard book, on the kind of the expose, it talked a lot about how like the PvE, people just didn't enjoy the PvE. Like the PvE that they had behind the scenes back in like 2021, 2020, people just like, this is boring. This is just not fun, And it's like, is Overwatch gonna ever break its PvP 5v5 66 mold? And I just don't know if it's gonna happen.
And that is my big worry, because they are trying to catch the big audience. They're trying to get these modes in, trying to catch other players from other genres, maybe, or just keep players playing more, which is the live service thing where you have to play more, get more players, more.
Right.
And that just worries me.
It worries me too. All right, mate. I appreciate your time.
It's just hard.
Maybe less of a debate, but I think your thoughts were interesting, and thank you for coming up, Explosions. Appreciate you.
Yep. No
All
worries.
right, mate.
Thanks.
Cheers. Let's keep going here. Let's keep rolling. Let's look for maybe a bit of a debatey. Now, I want to remind you guys that I will not get to the vast majority of these. This is a little bigger than I expected. And obviously, I'm going to be prioritizing the voice calls, as we said here. And I appreciate folks seem to be pretty respectful so far, so that's been good. There's overreaction to criticism. She's a new character. Also, people in the administration. Scoris, no pressure, but are you interested in using voice? You do not have to. No big problem if not, but I think you make some good points there. Can you accept a second chance? What does that mean? Another take? Well, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep scrolling. We're going to be here for another hour and a half, so... Scores, let me know in the chat here. It's really not a big deal. Explosions, your English was great. Not a problem at all. Again, but being bilingual is like legitimately like incredible. You're genuinely scared to join, then don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. I don't want to put anybody on the spot here at all. You guys are already being very gracious with your time to type up all these things, and even just the few that I have read have been really great, and I appreciate y'all's time. You guys are freaks of nature to even be here. So, Skookong, importance of wider air pool. Dax, are you here? We could do this one. We can move on. Dax, if you're here, I believe you were the one that told me to turn my freaking face cam on, so we can do that if you like. Dax is raised hand. Okay, let's do this here. There we go. Dax, how's it going?
Hello. And here, let me just
take your time.
One sec. There we go. Hello, Spilo.
Hi.
Yeah, Dax Mirage.
Nice to meet you.
Fellow Overwatch coach. I know we share some students, so it's good to finally meet you.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Good, nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, like Rise and people. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Yes, of course. Okay. So you talked about hero pools, and you think that I compress too much. You think the value of expanding and learning things beyond just like your tiny little hero pool is important. Sell me on it.
All right. So I know in the past you've recommended for people to focus on a limited hero pool in order to kind of train those specific goals for those heroes. And I understand that. However, this is a big point in the difference between like my coaching philosophy and yours. I highly recommend that folks spread their Overwatch experience across as many of the heroes as possible in order to understand all of the different parts that are available. So Overwatch inherently is a game that relies not just on aiming. I mean, I know you were talking about it in your mechanics video the other day. It's not just a game about shooting. It's a game about hero interactions, a game about the way that these abilities work both with your team and against the enemy team.
Correct.
And I think that to limit your toolkit in a game that has, 40 plus heroes, to limit that toolkit heavily disadvantages you in reacting to situations, in adaptability to different game states. There's a lot of times where like I've run into students who, they are used to playing on, one or two or three heroes, and then they get into certain games and they feel like, oh, I can't do anything. There's nothing that I can do in this scenario. And if people spent a little bit more time even just developing a baseline understanding of the options available, the different moves that you can make
about
in
hero
this
swaps
game.
in these situations.
Yeah, or even just different hero kits and the way that they act in
Okay.
these different scenarios. That that familiarity, even if it's a less time per hero, that familiarity would lead to having more intentionality and ability to react in more scenarios.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I think my base argument has always been that I think one of the first things when I've worked with new players is I encourage them to spend at least 2 or 3 hours on every hero in the game, because I do agree with you that I think at least a base familiarity with the way their kit works and things that this character likes, things that feel uncomfortable for this character. I agree with you. I think like you need those resources. You need that time, that you need that familiarity. My point has been that at least on a cyclical perspective, like at least a few weeks or a month, you should probably spend some time learning the minutia, learning the details, getting mechanically comfortable with the character if your goal is to rank up. And I think most people that kind of come to me, they want to improve at the specific character because they like that specific character, in which case they should just play that character, or they want to rank up. And I find that like mechanical competence at a character, knowing the ins and outs of positioning, knowing the ins and outs of the cooldowns, knowing the ins and outs of how their weapon handles, comes from raw repetition. Now, I agree with you that I think that there are certain situations where there isn't an easy option and that the easiest option would be to swap. I think that's why I think having 2 heroes in your pool is great. But I do think that like a lot of players do overestimate their ability to perform at multiple characters. And so that like I'll sometimes work with ranked players and they're like, I can play this, and this. And, I'll watch them play this, and this, and they can't play this and this, right? Or they can't play this, and this. They really can only play this, and that's only marginally. So to me, it's more about like, what's the shortest path from silver to plat for a player that has played all the characters and played a decent amount of hours on all the characters. It's probably, in my opinion, going to be nailing down a couple of heroes with some flexibility rather than trying to adapt to every single situation, because I think that is a very difficult skill to develop and also demands that you play the character that you're swapping to at least decently well. But I'm curious your thoughts. That was kind of my explanation here.
Yeah, totally. No, I appreciate that. And yeah, I have a few thoughts in regards to that.
Sure.
So one is it sounds like part of what you're talking about is players' perceived overconfidence on the heroes as opposed to the actual like benefit of learning them per se.
Sure. Totally keep in mind that I understand it's perception, right? I'm not saying that that's necessarily wrong. Like your argument might be that, well, then they clearly don't know the character, right? So it's kind of a straw man from me, but it is something that is, I feel, very common. That's the only reason I bring it up.
Sure. I get that. So here, I'll switch to a different thought here. So you also mentioned the idea of, if people are trying to rank up, and specifically the idea of that, like, that spreading their experience too much would lead to like not knowing confidently how to react in a given situation
quickly. I think is my point. That's why I see like if anybody can look at something in a slow motion and decide, but like Overwatch is so fast, it's almost like some of these decisions have to be done automatically, and that takes repetition. That's kind of, I guess, my main argument.
That is fair, and actually I think leads to a very important part about this. So you mentioned that like that awareness of that situational, like managing your advantage with the different characters, that is a difficult skill. And you're right. And I think that it is underestimated how important it is to practice that skill. That having the opportunity to observe the game state, see what's happening with the enemy team, with your team, and think to yourself in a puzzle kind of way, well, what kit could either mitigate our disadvantage in this scenario or create a new advantage? And then making a choice, like in the gameplay part of it, making a choice and then seeing how that choice plays out. So it's like playing chess. You might be really, really good with rooks, but if you don't, have the confidence and understanding in the other pieces and how they interact.
Right.
And, you might see a scenario where you're like, oh, well, I could move my rook over here, it's going to take 3 moves, but I could do that. I think that's very much the same as like players who, and I know also like one of the series is on your in your content is like people playing against their counters, right?
Hero misery, yeah.
And yeah, and I'm certain like that's very entertaining, but also like those are scenarios where like it is often because so many people fall into the trap of, oh well, if I just shoot better, then I'm gonna win, or things like that. And whereas making that gameplay decision of, oh well, there's a hero kit that could solve this problem, I think that's really, really important. And again, you're right that is a challenging problem to solve, but getting more experience with making those decisions is in itself worthy of practice.
I almost did a content piece about a year ago. I started to do it, and I think I bailed, of basically just teaching people how to swap, essentially. Like, when do you swap? How do you swap? And then I was going to have like, the map, and then the enemy comp, and then my comp. And I actually put a lot of work into it, and it just never went anywhere. But it was like, I can look at any situation, and I'm sure you can do the same, coaching so much as I have. And you could ask me any DPS hero on the enemy team, or any tank hero, or any support hero, and be like, what would be the perfect hero in this situation on this map? And I could tell you who it is, right? And so your argument is that essentially, if it is hard to do that, but if you could, you would win a lot of games.
Exactly.
And I agree with you in that. So I guess that maybe is my main criticism, is that I feel that might be disproportionately harder for the average player to master, depending on the situation. Now, maybe you could simplify it down to like, okay, we're on a long sightline map. Sigma's just good. Like, I'm like reading the map. Like, let's if you could teach a player to read a map situation, that alone is like 70% of swaps, right? Like right there, 60-70% of swaps, right? Like you get to I don't know, like you get to Gibraltar third, and you've been snowballing in Winston, right? And then all of a sudden the Winston stops working because the map is more linear, and then they know then, okay, now I can make the swap to Sigma. Yeah, that's pretty freaking good. Like, that's gonna win you a lot of games, making that swap. So maybe I'm curious to see, like, if you were to like dig principles from this mindset, like what are with the students that you've worked with, what were like the skills that they were able to adapt in terms of reading the situation that helped them a lot? Because a lot of people, back in 2022, 2023, it was all about the tank swap. Nobody considered map. Nobody considered backline. Nobody considered DPS line. And it was so brain rot and so bad and so overstated that a lot of people are still struggling with that. But what are your priorities? Like, what would you coach somebody to look for?
Yeah. So a lot of the times I run into people with kind of that same sort of like, oh, if I just outshoot, or if I just, operate better on this character, then I'm going to, I'm going to win. I'm going to outplay.
Right.
Not realizing that, like, for instance, like, aim is inherently inconsistent. You're never going to hit all your shots, and positioning as if you're going to hit all your shots is going to lead to failure. You have to keep in mind the way that your heroes interact with things. Also, you mentioned something a minute ago that had to do with just trying to remember. It was the way that no, I know, yeah, but hey, it's a good, really good discussion. The way that that people use hero kits, and knowing like what would be perfect in this scenario, or what wouldn't. So often people, I find, when they have spent so much time playing a limited hero pool, they start to think of the whole game in the context of how that hero operates, and like specifically how that hero interacts with things. So like, they might be good at thinking, oh well, in this disadvantaged scenario, well, I could do something radically different, radically unusual, and that might get some value, but that leads to a lot of really bad habits. And people getting impatient. And that, I think, is one of the biggest silent killers in Overwatch, is people getting impatient and not just playing their value, playing their advantage. Semi-random, but it very definitely related. Korea Gaming is a great channel that talks about fighting game philosophy. And in that, they talk about like intentionality and making deliberate choices in your advantage. And specifically, there's this whole bit about when high level fighting game players get, to those really tip top of levels, a lot of them go through this kind of crisis where they find that they're playing too fast. They're not thinking through their decisions. And that leads to failure, not always in ways that you can specifically diagnose, but when you start slowing down and really thinking through the choices that you're making, paying attention to how the opponents are reacting, even in this kind of game, how your team is reacting, you will end up getting a lot more value just because you're making more efficient and more advantaged plays.
So you're almost saying like that the swap thing is more of a way to force you to analyze the situation from a bigger perspective, like to actually force yourself to, instead of just hitting your head against the wall. I'm going to make Winston work. I'm going to make Winston work. Okay, maybe, but stop and think about like, what is this situation demand? What's the solution here? So almost like looking for the right swap might actually make you think about the situation more constructively, kind of ground yourself on the problem solving.
Yes. Absolutely. I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the question then is like, when you're teaching your students to do this effectively, what are you teaching? Like for me, the one I was talking about was like practicing reading the map. You're also talking about here about how like finding moments when things are going poorly to stop and ask yourself like, what do I need to be doing? But the reality is that like Overwatch is a really complicated game, right? So there's like a lot of variables that are going on. Yeah. It's really easy to make the wrong read, the wrong call. We talked about the tank counter swap thing. I've seen people do like, okay, they're on ball, I'm going to go hog on like Coliseo and on a Zen or something. You're like, but like, again, like, as I keep bringing up the map or the backline, right? So how do you start a player without having them play rock, paper, scissors the entire game? How do you have them start thinking about this more constructively? Like where do you even begin?
Exactly. Okay. So I have a great example about this.
Okay.
So if you don't mind me saying so, we play with viewers on stream, and in that I also do like live coaching. And
cool. Is this through your Discord and through your Twitch?
Sorry, what?
Is this through your Discord and through your Twitch?
Yeah.
Dax Mirage?
If you don't mind me saying,
please.
Twitch.tv/Dax Mirage. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Continue. Sorry.
And all skill levels are welcome. So we play with people. From bronze to GM, top 500 people.
All right. Awesome.
And often in the same lobbies. It's just quick play, but I do like live coaching through that.
Oh, that's nice.
And one of them, what'd you say?
I said that's cool. That's nice. Keep going. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. And one of the most common questions that I ask people, if we're in a game and it is, so being delicate here,
sure.
I have played Overwatch since its original release.
Right.
I have you and I both, I'm sure, have an extreme depth of understanding. And if you look at like the, I forget what the original studies were, but like the chart of like proficiency, like competency, proficiency, expertise, we understand the expertise of this game at a very deep level. And so, and I'm also, I play the whole cast, but my preferred role is tank.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot to keep track of. Tank's the hardest role. But I can see when different elements of our team economy aren't working in our favor. And one of the most common questions that I ask people is either, what is your plan on X hero? Because one of the things that I really stand by is, for a lot of people, the gateway to that intentionality again is creating a plan and then following through with the plan.
Right.
And if you find that you're kind of either ignoring that plan or you're not thinking about it, then that is already a problem. In the fighting game community,
So just rolling out
they
a
say
hero
that-
without any plan, without any intent, but like, okay,
yeah,
I'm picking this character because of this, and then this is what I'm gonna try to accomplish. Okay.
exactly. Like so,
Yeah.
I coached Rise, who's a big member of your community. Well, both of our communities, but from like silver to now he's grandmaster in all roles.
Yeah.
And a while back when he was practicing some tank stuff, I remember we were on Junkertown and he was on tank, and we started off, and I before spawn doors even open, I said, "What's your plan on Ramatra for Junkertown?" And he said, "Kill them and don't get killed." And I made fun of him for it, and I still do. Don't worry, we're friends. But because that is not a plan. That is a
True. Yeah.
that is a base understanding of maybe the mechanics of like death in Overwatch, sure,
Yeah.
but that's not a plan. And so if you can choose a hero according to the situation and have a plan and then follow through on that plan, you're going to have way more luck with actually executing that. The second part that I think is actually more impactful for people, because like people know when they come to come play with us, there's never any negativity associated with any of my suggestions or anything.
Right.
It's coaching. That's part of what we do. And sometimes, like I was saying earlier, so I'm often on tank, and if I notice something about our team economy, I will, say to someone, if I observe that they might get better value on something else, I will ask them, do you think you're getting what you want out of this hero?
Right.
And that's not saying, oh my gosh, you suck and switch. It's not saying, hey, we really need
Right.
XYZ. It invites them to think about what it is that they wanted, and is that actually succeeding? Is that actually executing in a way that is benefiting them?
Yeah.
And frequently their answer after thinking about it is actually no, like I'm not getting what I want. And so I'm like, okay, so what's the problem that you're running into? Because there usually is one. If you're, especially if it's a hero that you're usually pretty comfortable on, but you're just getting shut down.
Sure.
There's usually something that you can respond to.
Right.
Like I was going to mention earlier, in fighting games, they say that bringing players from like button mashing to intentionality is one of the biggest hurdles, but it's also one of the most valuable and most important, because it really brings a lot more satisfaction to the game, a lot more understanding, and a lot more player agency, because you can actually, you feel like you understand and you can respond to the situation instead of, like you were saying, just bashing your head into the wall. And so, inviting them with, okay, like, do you feel like you're getting what you want out of the Widowmaker? And they're like, actually, no. And I'm like, okay, cool. So what's the problem that you're facing? Oh, well, I keep getting dove. I'm like, okay. So there's some different options here. You could pick a hero that has more adaptability. I'm a big adaptability advocate. Heroes that have built into their kit more variety, more ways that they can interact. So I'm sure some people in chat aren't going to like me saying it, but like I think it's pretty easy to see, like, Soldier 76 is one of the most adaptable heroes in the game, whether it's high value or not. He has the more ability to adapt with just all of this different tools. Infinite sprint, which also so it's like free positioning, but also for newer players, infinite sprint means that your deaths cost less, because he literally gets back from spawn faster. That can be a very comforting thing for newer players too. But yeah, so if somebody's like, oh, actually the Widow isn't, I'm not getting what I want out of the Widow. So I'm like, okay. So you have a few options. You could either go a hero that has more adaptability, so something like a Soldier, or an Ashe. Ashe has huge range, most of Widow's range. I know they just nerfed it a little bit, but as well as really good abilities and one of the best ults, especially for like mid-rank players in the game. I mean, man advantage is one of the most important advantages you can have in Overwatch, and the ability to summon an additional teammate who is a tank and can contest an objective is insane. People sleep on that. But also having Coach Gun, so okay, you're getting dove, you can actually contest that dive. they try to dive you, you can coach gun them back. You can actually create space
Right.
in a way that a hero like Widowmaker can't. So so inviting them to that kind of thought process, that way of thinking about it and thinking about the interaction fundamentally, leads them to a much deeper understanding of how the heroes actually fit into the overall like game state of Overwatch. And I find people react really positively to that, and also that really reinforces that understanding. And honestly, like we mentioned earlier, the thing about that Overwatch is not, it's not just a game about shooting. And I think that goes to show like these detailed and intricate interactions of the abilities of the different hero kits, the ways that the team functions. I think that is why this game has stuck around for 10 years instead of any of a number of other series that might be really popular but then burn out because like there's plenty of games that you can shoot in,
right?
But only Overwatch has that kind of almost puzzle-like aspect to it that I think is one of the most satisfying things about it.
And you're using just the hero swap argument as a way to like not only take a deep breath and evaluate the situation, but force yourself to think critically about the problem, about your struggles and what you can do differently, or what you can swap to for the situation. One of the arguments that people would say, and I would agree with, is that like a plat player is not going to know the answer to the problem. But I guess maybe my counter argument to myself is that, well, they have to start somewhere, right? Like they have to turn their attention to thinking somewhere. Like they have to try to solve the problem. And I think generally my argument has been it's often better, at least most of the time, to try to think about what you could do with your character's kit so that you're developing your mechanics of the character while also problem solving. But that you do make a good point that swapping to something entirely is something to kind of freshen up the situation, to reintroduce some novelty, which may kind of encourage more creative, because kind of rolling out in the same hero over and over again may get you entrenched in the same thinking headspace where swapping might be forcing yourself to think about things a little differently, which I think is a fair point. So any last points here, Dax? I don't want to take any more of your time because we got about an hour more, but you make some really good points, and I like the way that you framed it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I again, I appreciate you hosting this. I appreciate you having me on.
Of course.
And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if there was anything else on the topic, but I mean, I think that's I appreciate that you took the time to really think about it and understand it, and I think you characterize it well. And yeah, I think that part of it about you saying like, oh, well, a plat player might not know, but like they could know. And that's the thing. Like if they spent the time practicing that and thinking about it in that way, they could. And you mentioned in your mechanics video recently that like just practicing raw mechanics, it takes a long time to show returns, which is true. I think that's accurate. And so if it takes a long time to show returns on raw practice of mechanics, then I think putting in some time practicing that kind of puzzle solving mindset, I think that can actually be one of the quickest ways to that deep understanding, that intentionality, and rising in the ranks.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, it's good. Anything is going to take time to develop, right? So, well, I appreciate you, Dax. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Obviously, if you guys are interested in checking out Dax's Twitch and such, Dax Mirage.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
I
no
really
problem.
Appreciate it.
All right, cheers.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you guys. Let's keep going here. So swapping use kind of as an impetus to kind of reevaluate the battlefield, to reevaluate the situation, and forcing yourself to be more intentional behind what you're doing besides just kind of hitting your head up against the brick wall here. I believe Overwatch would be a better game if it had a mini map. Okay. I disagree, but I mean, I can't turn down Fart Tart. You know what I'm saying, guys? I will do this one quickly, and then I'm going to probably need to take a quick pee break. I got to pee, and then we'll continue. We have about an hour and 10 minutes. All right, Fart Tart, where you at, my friend? Come on in. All right, Fart Tart, talk me through
Hello.
it.
Apologies, the mic's not great. I'm at my parents' for the weekend, but
No, you're good.
just
You're
have
good.
to bear with me.
Your mic's
I also
fine.
made a short presentation, like a 3-4 minute presentation, but I don't have access
Sure.
to screen share. Would it be possible for me to?
Yeah, send it to me. It's fine.
All right.
That's crazy. 3 to 4 minute presentation. I knew I had to
Just
choose
a
it.
DM on Discord, or
Yeah,
how
just
should
Discord.
I?
It's fine. That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah. Let me get that.
And
pulled up over here.
I'll just say verbally when to go next slide or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
You should have access to that. Let me know if you don't.
I will. Let me get it pulled up here. Sorry, Twitch. Oh gosh, keep scrolling my
And
scroll
if you don't
wheel
like
off
saying
this bug.
fart tart, you could just call me Tart. Tart's fine.
I'll call you Tart. Why
Okay,
Overwatch would be better
that
with a
works.
mini map? Okay. I am gonna have to do it on stream, so
Okay.
you'll have a little bit of the delay here.
That's all right.
Shake hands with danger. Need a guy.
Okay, there's
who
no
oughta
face
know.
cam for Twitch, but
I
it'll be
used to laugh
fine.
at safety.
Yeah.
Now
All right, so this is my short presentation on why Overwatch should have a mini-map, and I just sort of wanted to do this presentation because I think most of the discourse online has been very negative around a mini-map, and I think
Yes.
it really hasn't been explored in the like as a possibility. Like I think
Okay.
academia is all about exploring every option and
True.
seeing the pros and cons to everything, not just immediately dismissing something, right?
Right.
So you can
Right.
go to the next slide.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to quickly get some of the obvious stuff out of the way.
Sure.
I think that we should have a mini map for things like spectating and viewing replays. I think it should be a custom game option, so you can turn that on if you want in your own custom games. And I
Okay.
think it should be on the OWCS broadcast because so many kills get
Ooh,
missed on the
good call.
OWCS broadcast.
Good
And I
call,
think
yeah.
being able to see what actually happened in the fight, like there's so many Tracer side fights or Tracer Lucio
Yes.
side fights, so many things get missed, and a mini map would be so helpful for all of that.
Yes. Yes.
So
I actually love that
I
take.
think we can
That's a
probably
great
agree
take.
on all this.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. I hadn't even thought about that, to be frank. So good
This
call.
is the stuff that we can probably agree on. So let's get to the main argument against the mini map.
Yes.
Which I've heard a lot. Basically every argument online that I've seen boils down to the fact that a mini map makes the game easier, and that turning around is a skill, and
Sure.
awareness is a skill, and
Sure.
with the mini map you're just making the game easier. That's essentially what the arguments online are, and I want
Yes.
to answer this with a few different scenarios. So
Okay.
you can
Next slide
advance
here.
to the next slide.
All right.
So this is just I picked 10 random heroes on a game on Nepal.
Right.
We are Doomfist in this situation. Okay.
Got it. We are doing
In scenario one, so all the scenarios start the same. We slam in and we're blocking. Okay.
Yeah.
So, question for you and for chat. Just type 1 or 2 in the chat. If you were Doomfist in this scenario, what would you do? You can either. So one would be punch out or just walk out, depending on how much threat you're under, or 2 would be punch forward. What would you do?
Well, let's put it this way: if that on, depending on how far back that Ana is, I would consider punching forward. And then I don't know if you can see my mouse here. Can you see my mouse at all on stream?
Yeah,
Maybe. I guess. I'd probably punch the Diva Ashe and then tuck in towards the right, towards the point side for cover. But I would probably hold the space. I'd probably hold the space.
You would punch forward even without the cooldowns.
Yes, I would.
I think most of chat's saying 1, get out. So we got a bit of a split here, but some would punch forward, some would get back. Okay, scenario 2.
All right.
So in this scenario, while we've slammed and we're blocking, our Tracer and Brig have closed the gap. They're actively fighting on the left side.
Oh, yeah.
Our Sojourn's taken a better angle. We'll say she's hit a rail shot on Ana. Okay, so Ana's
Right.
low, and she's really tucked behind cover there. In this scenario, what would you do?
Definitely punch.
It's pretty
right?
obvious.
Yeah, definitely
punch. I made 2 and 3 pretty obvious, and I'll get to why in a bit. Scenario 3, sort of the opposite thing. Genji's poked out our Tracer. She has to get the health pack. Maybe Ashe has hit a nice shot on our Sojourn. She's low.
Right.
What would you do in this scenario?
I mean, 1 probably here. Knowing my
Yeah,
Doomfist play,
yeah.
probably 2, but you probably should 1 in this scenario, given the space my backline's holding here. Yeah.
So you would probably get out. Okay,
Probably
so
get
let's
out,
go to the next slide. So
Okay.
what am I getting at with all of this? It's that tank in Overwatch right now, without a minimap, is all about educated guesses. Most of the tank heroes have some sort of front-facing mitigation ability that you can't turn around on, and especially in these crucial split-second decisions, like if you're flying forward with boosters and Matrix on Diva, you can't look behind you. If you're walking forward with Javelin Spin, or you're kinetic grasping on Sigma, you can't know what's happening behind you, and that's often the most important time to know what's happening with your team, right? If your Sojourn hit rail and your Tracer and Brig are actively engaged, that's information that is so important to the tank, and saying, oh, just look behind you that's not a valid criticism, right?
Right.
And so tank in Overwatch with a minimap would be more about calculated risks. It would be about understanding the entire map and positioning and playing accordingly. Think back to the scenarios I gave you. In scenario 1, a lot of chat said get out, right? That's because their tank brains have been wired or conditioned to play safe, because taking the risk often means death. But in scenarios 2 and 3, like those are meant to show that the fight could go completely different ways, and you have the ability, like with a minimap, you would have the ability to gauge that and make a more correct play. Like when you watch Quartz play hit scan, it's so easy to do the correct thing all the time. But with tank, you can watch Junbin, you can watch Donghack, you can watch Hawk. They don't make the correct play every time. You'll never see a tank be 100% correct. And they have some of the best players in the world giving them comms in their ears. And it's still not possible. I'm GM on tank. I'm GM on support. I'm masters on DPS. I'm lost so often because compared to other games I play, like I play League of Legends, and I play the role that does the least damage called tank support. It's so fun because I get to decide where and when the fights happen based on all the information I have. And I just go to the last slide.
Yeah.
I just wanted to end this off with a quick 1-second clip from a highly respected Overwatch coach that I like to watch.
Oh, dude. Do I have to click this?
Yeah, it should autoplay
Please.
at the
Asked
part
a
I
couple
want.
of MMO tank friends of mine, why do you enjoy tanking in the MMO format? And there's one of those things that actually didn't make the final discussion here, and I want to actually go over that really, really quick here. I asked one of my buddies, and he goes, there's a few aspects I enjoy about tanking, but those are not necessarily bound to just tanking. I do not enjoy sticking to a rotation. Tanking constantly has to react to what is going on. If this does not happen, I tend to just zone out. Related, this is the ability to really live on the edge and often being rewarded for this. And so on. Basically, I feel my brain actively dying if I am just a meat bag. Due to the fact that there's not a set rotation for tank, excluding just the base loop, it allows for a lot of creativity about how to solve situations. And there's a lot more discussion on this. I'll actually link the... Okay, so basically, continue. The clip is finished here.
Yeah, so that's my argument for the mini-map. I know there's obviously cons, but I do genuinely think, at least for tank, it would be a more fun experience with a mini map.
Yeah. So let me clarify here. Your argument is that minimap provides more information for the tank, so you're able to track more variables consistently, information that may not be available to you publicly, and then based off of the information that you have, you are rewarded better for making better decisions because you have greater access to information.
Yeah, the main thing I wanted to emphasize was on the second last slide, the educated guesses versus the calculated risks. Right. I think so much of tank in Overwatch, the best tank players in the world are really good at making good guesses. They are very good at that, but it's just not nearly as fun as having all the tank should be a tactical role. You're the strongest guy on the team, and it should be about tactics and about positioning well. And I just think that a mini map gives you that.
How would you function with this mini map? Would it be teammates only? Would it be visible enemies teammates only? Would it be everybody? How would you do that?
I think the Valorant system of teammates are always visible, and any enemies that are visible by a teammate are visible. Okay. So if there's a Tracer on a flank no one sees, she's not visible to you on the mini map. But if your teammates see someone, then they're visible, and
Okay. So let me kind of give you my thoughts on it. So first off, I do agree that more information does not mean less skill. I think that's absolutely a fallacy, and I definitely agree. It doesn't make the game easier if everybody necessarily has access to it, because it just gives more responsibility to do the right thing with that information, right? I agree with you there. My problems with the minimap are more twofold. One is visual clutter, which is an obvious low-hanging fruit, subjective.
Yeah.
I'm not going to even waste our time on that because it's an endless argument. We'd have to wait and see. The second one is that I think there's a couple of unintended balance things that would cause problems with the minimap. One of them is it's not about making the game easier. That's my concern with the minimap. Is that the fundamental destruction or reduction rather of value of certain types of plays and players at the expense of those heroes. Let me give you an example. There are a lot of heroes, flankers especially, that benefit from informational obfuscation, to be weird about it, right? It basically means that certain heroes benefit from the element of surprise by the ability to take angle or the threat of taking an angle. And even just a mini map that would give enemy positions when your teammates see them would be a dramatic nerf on those characters, because that information is now not only public, but normally when your backline is getting engaged by a flanker, the skill check is to be aware that that's happening and then engage appropriately. But then now you have made that easier because you have allowed that knowledge from you to be responded to quickly. Now, we've already established that basically more information doesn't necessarily make the game easier, but what it is, whether it's easier or harder, is it's a massive nerf to the characters that rely on the element of surprise. That's the problem number one.
So my response to that would be that I think as we've learned more and more about Overwatch over the years, we know that timing is extremely important.
Yes.
And the thing is, if the flanker is going in on the correct timing while their tank is going in at the same time, I think a flanker is still incredibly strong. But a flanker going in when their tank and their backline are so far back should be losing that anyways.
But they are losing that with or without the minimap, because without the minimap, you don't need the minimap to know that they're there if their timing's off. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you already
they
can
do
hear
lose
them.
that anyways. But my point is that, like, there are so many times where I just, as a tank or as a tracer, as a Lucio, I feel so disconnected from my backline because they may be so far back and I'm so far forward, and I just don't know that. And a minimap will allow a team to play together so much better even without communication. And I think that it will just raise the level of play of everybody in the game and just make it a much better game.
Potentially. I guess my problem is that I'm okay with the skill floor of team play being higher in Overwatch 2. This is also why I've never really been... I think one of the main criticisms that a lot of people have for 5v5 is that it's objectively a little bit more chaotic in terms of how spread fights can be, and that's never really been a problem for me. I don't mind things being a little bit more chaotic and it being more difficult to maintain cohesion. But I also think that's very subjective, and I think that you make a good point. It is absolutely going to be easier
the spread outness, but like the sort of going in on the same timings is really a problem. Like I think that
I understand
a mini-map would make it better.
I agree 100% with that. My question is just, I don't know if I personally would enjoy that because I think this, just to kind of hammer this point home, not just with the flankers, but just as Overwatch as a whole, is I do like, and I think this is a fundamental aspect of a lot of combat, like first-person shooters that aren't tactical shooters. Anything that's more spread out, more dynamic, more open, there is an inherent part of that to not have perfect communication. Like, one of the most interesting aspects of warfare for me is the fact that nobody ever is 100% certain where everybody is at any given point in time. And that level of like instability and chaos is kind of what makes Overwatch appealing to me, and is the exact reason why I don't enjoy CS and why I don't enjoy Valorant, right?
I don't know if you're a big basketball fan, but Nikola Jokic is known for like sort of understanding where everyone on his team is at all times, even like on the court.
Right. Which is why he's which is why he's so good with passing.
Which is why he's so good. Yeah.
Right.
And I
to me,
completely get that. But I just think the other side of the coin is more fun.
And that's totally subjective, right? And you're 100% right. And I think like that's like my key point here is like I don't want to say that you're saying the game is easier. It's not. That's absolutely not the case. Now, I'm going to bring up one other little tiny point here, which I think is important. It doesn't shoot down your argument, but it definitely does raise some questions. Mini maps are going to dramatically increase the value of Defender's advantage. Because one of the in terms of information obfuscation, the ability to control angles in space and cohesion, dramatically Defender's favored. It is up to the attackers to break the Defenders, and that has to be done through instability, lack of consistent information, and being unpredictable. When you have given mini-maps, you have essentially fortified the ability to hold an advantage because you have reduced the element of surprise. So it's a minor thing, but you would need to see there would be not only a desire, but there would be a need for significant, more open map design, which I'm always a fan of. I'm not saying against that, but like chokes would be miserable to break.
I was going to ask that question. Do you think it would be bad on Ilios? Because I think Ilios is an amazing map. And I think it wouldn't really change Ilios. But yeah, like my Nepal example, it would be miserable attacking Nepal. But I think
you would not be able to take the right flank, a lot of it, right? Like, no, I agree with you. I agree. I don't want this to be a reason why we'd refuse to move forward is because, the map design's too bad. I'm just saying that you do put a little bit of limitations on certain map designs where, like, especially with the 5v5 format, there are more free lanes, but now not so much. And I will actually say that this is a mini map with 66 would be another reason. Okay, so if you're 66er, I think mini maps would be more toxic. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
For that exact same reason.
Yeah, I agree.
But you make some good points.
I just wanted to use this platform to sort of bring awareness to this, and hopefully, Blizzard, if you're listening, please make it an option in custom games and spectating and OWCS. I think those are all just net positives. I don't see a reason why we can't have a mini map on the OWCS broadcast. If you don't want to look at it, don't look at it. Like,
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It was certainly
like don't give it to the players, but just on the broadcast. Yeah,
100%. And you make good points as well. And I think I think the whole idea of cohesion and then having information being more publicly available, and then there's that responsibility to use it well. Like the best tank players would always be using their mini map, right? Like, and then that's where you separate yourself skill wise. It's like subjective, really subjective. All right, mate. Tara, I appreciate your time. The presentation was excellent.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course, mate. Cheers.
Bye.
All right, chat. We're gonna take 2 seconds. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, and then we have about 45 more minutes. Be right back. I got it! Okay, we're back. And yes, I washed my hands thoroughly. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. All right, let's keep going here. Let's see what we have here. So mini map discussions, hero pool discussions. Let's see where we were at. I think support should have as much CC as tanks. I know chicken will not be in voice, so don't even bother CVA. Probably won't be able to. Some interesting takes here. Good. I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you, Lukaku. See, this is the problem. You can't agree with me. Little Gauss, the DPS passive is actually a useful and impactful passive, and more important, Spilo gives credit for. Are you around? Be happy to discuss it. I definitely think I disagree with that. It's not something that I've given as much thought as I would have liked to, but yeah, come on in. Voice or video or whatever works for you. Let's talk about the DPS passive. Yo.
Hello.
How are you?
Give me a moment to fix my camera.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay, so DPS passive, impactful, useful. Give me your arguments here.
Yes.
And by DPS passive, just to be clear, like the incoming heal nerf, that whole.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
First off, so my point, my argument in post kind of directly is a counter to your argument, and so my question is, to start off, how do you feel about the DPS passive?
So I'm not like, it's not like Satan to me. Like, I think it's definitely one of the more overhated things where it's like, it's not as impactful as I think people do think it is. I think my problem with the DPS passive is it's one of those things that has been added without a very good enough of a reason to be added. And so it has these outlier interactions that feel as if they bring either nothing to the table or bring something negative to the table. So for me, for example, as a tank player, the DPS passive, you will feel targeted because you're going to be, by default, taking more damage.
That's true. That's very true.
The other thing would be the whole concept that we need a DPS passive. It's the same thing of why do we need a support passive? Sometimes a role just doesn't need a passive because the problem with passives globally is that they will benefit certain characters more than others, usually characters that can put out chip damage. It's going to shift the balance a little bit towards those characters' favors for no particular reason other than the fact that they have it and they don't. And then the other reason is that I don't like it being used as a justification to avoid addressing quote-unquote root issues. So if we do feel like sustain needs a better solution, I don't think focus fire on the same target with the DPS shooting it should be required to deal with that support problem. And the reason why I argue this is that I know a lot of people are really big fans of focus fire and that focus fire should break targets. And I can agree with that fundamentally, but that's often not really how Overwatch 2 really works. A lot of times focus fire is split. That's better to do things. And I actually don't even think it's always good, healthy Overwatch to reward over focus fire. I think the way that the game is played is people taking angles and engaging in different side skirmishes with 2s and 3s. And that, especially as a tank player, being focused by 5 members of the enemy team, being rewarded for doing that, I just don't think it's great game design. So is it a actively super negative thing? No, it's fine. It's just been given so much attention and so many balance tweaks, and the fact that it was development time was even put into it in the first place just feels like an unnecessary waste of time. And I at best think it's a neutral thing for the game. At worst, it's a slightly negative thing.
All right, that's pretty fair. And I don't want to come in here and be like, it is the hero of
I mean, this is
Overwatch.
why I invite you.
It is fairly neutral, but I'm hoping to shift you to more.
Sure.
It's fairly positive.
Okay.
So the first thing that I want to say, just get the design intent for the for it out there. You mentioned sustain fire, right? You're not a fan that sustain fire should be a thing, but if we imagine, Overwatch as a whole, especially coming out of coming into Overwatch 2 out of Overwatch 1,
Right.
there are continuously worries about sustain as in healing from supports.
Yeah.
Right? And giving DPS more tools to deal with that, especially in comparison to supports, right? So one of my actually, I'll just move on to my next point. Another thing with the design intent it needs to, we get into Overwatch 2 and closer to modern day, and we realize that supports are starting to do about as much damage as DPS, right? Not quite, we've got there's more caveats. They don't have as much aggressive cooldowns as DPS do, but just primary fire to primary fire. Gosh, I wish I remembered the stat for like Baptiste versus Soldier 76.
Right.
Yeah. So we need to give them something aggressive that isn't just damage associated with the primary fire. And that's where this comes in.
Right.
You do more damage in group settings is the idea.
Sure. So you're basically saying it's like effectively the unique identity of the damage is to provide that utility besides just doing more damage, because supports in any way have a lot of primary fire output as well.
I can't remember exactly which video it was, but you had something along the lines of, part of the reason we can't have Widow, like we can't nerf her or take away her one shot. She's got nothing else to do.
Right.
Well, in theory, applying the DPS passive to the enemy tank is something you can do. It's just not quite impactful enough yet, since it's only 15%.
True. If I can interject really quick though, do you feel like the DPS passive feels impactful or interesting as a DPS player? Like, is that because that's part of my argument as well? Is it's like, if that's part of their unique identity, I don't get any satisfaction out of that specifically.
There's no visual representation. I swear we wouldn't even be talking about this if they had like a little purple outline around them. Some sort of mini Ana thing. Or anti thing.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think it is impactful. Specifically, this is my next point. You were saying, is it impactful? Do you ever use it to your advantage? You ever think about it even? And the answer is yes, specifically in the interaction of diving supports, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to fabricate some scenario for you here.
Sure.
We can imagine a Baptiste, fairly far in the back line, is being dove by a Genji, right, from some off angle. Popping your what's it called, regenerative burst.
Yes.
Once the Genji's on you is going to be a very effective tool, and may allow you to live, but a skilled enough Genji player is still going to kill you.
Right.
If you're so out of position.
Right.
Whereas if we throw in Hazard, Hazard comes in, he dives you, you pop your regenerative burst, you're going to have a much longer time because he does not apply the DPS passive.
Right. So you're basically saying the difference between a DPS diving a squishy support in the backline versus a Kiriko diving a squishy support in the backline may be that DPS passive, that ability to negate that healing. My argument would be like, well, then just nerf the Baptiste regenerative burst. But your point is like, well, then no, the DPS needs to feel special, that extra little bit of lethality that comes from reducing the amount of hitting that's being done.
So the issue is, you said, why not nerf the regenerative burst, right? Mm-hmm. It's because... Oh, sorry. You said that.
No, it's fine. Yeah. You want the DPS to feel... You want the Genji to feel different than the Kiriko in that interaction specifically.
Exactly. Especially this was... I kind of did pick the perfect scenario. We said...
No, I know what you mean, though. And it definitely impacts. It definitely does. It definitely does.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would be my argument then. Okay, so this is kind of more of a minutia thing. If the lethality that comes from the dive is coming specifically from the heal debuff specifically, as we've kind of seen in both 5v5 and 6v6, a lot of the times that those type of debuffs often unfairly target tanks. Let me give you an example, right? Like if you're talking about, is a breakpoint on regenerative burst going to be achieved by the debuff that is applied to the Baptiste by Genji diving you? Oftentimes that 15-16 healing is not going to be enough. It's too small of a health pool. It's not going to be necessarily enough in a sustained fight. What is going to matter though is that 15 whatever percentage debuff over an extended period of time in a larger health pool, because that starts to add up. Because the thing about it this way, when I'm diving a BAP, the DPS passive matters for 2 seconds, right? Because either I'm dying, I'm living, or I'm getting out and resetting the passive. Whereas these pressure cycles on tanks, most tanks, matter for a much longer period of time. And so it's not that the effective health pool is that big of a difference, like 50 health to a tank versus 15 health to a squishy, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that the debuff is much more relevant on the target that is engaged for a much longer period of time. Like, let's say if I'm finding a pocketed BAP in the backline with a Mercy Beam for like 8 seconds, that DPS passive matters a lot, right? But that just doesn't happen as often as it does with a tank. So I like the idea of like the unique.
The extra 5% has made it, that was to increase relevance, and maybe we should be doing that again. But like, specifically again, like regenerative burst.
Yeah.
Let's say, how long did you say we're fighting this BAP on the dive? Like, give it 2 seconds?
3-4 seconds tops. Yeah.
3-4 seconds. So that regenerative burst, what is it? It's 80 per second on.
Yeah, sure, and maybe a brig pack afterwards. It's debuff too. We can say the other support comes back in pockets. Yeah.
I think it's a larger amount than you would realize. You're cutting them by a third, right? Which means every single DPS getting a third of an on-and-aid continuously. And I understand your point that you are, it is it's worse on tanks because they got to do sustained fights. But that's why they get half, right? That is why they get half.
That's true.
It's because it's worse on them.
Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, you make good points. Like, I mean, it definitely is like in these situations, it's like, I mean, it could matter over these sustained dives and backline and like giving the DPS that unique identity here. I guess maybe my last argument here, because you've answered the few that I have, is that I think the concept that maybe this is my biggest problem with the DPS passive. It's not really with the DPS passive. It's kind of what I was saying with supports as well, is I don't think that we have to have these unique role distinctions as a must. I think the role distinction should come naturally. And I also think it's totally fine to have characters that are hybrids of the same. I've seen a lot of people complain about like, why is Mei not a tank? Or why do these supports do this much damage? Or why do we have these DPSs like Symmetra that are actually functioning more like supports? It's like, who cares? Like, I think part of the fun is that you have characters that are a little bit hybrids of the same. And whenever I look at like what separates,
I can tell you who cares. It's us, because we have role lock. Like there is like it or not, there is a distinction in that you can't have if Mei was a tank, you couldn't play Mei Junker Queen. Right?
True. But the role distinction for me, my argument is that it's the spirit of what the role is trying to accomplish, and that we shouldn't have to feel the need to check certain boxes for a character to be a DPS, right? Like if for whatever reason they threw, I mean, I wouldn't say this, but like there's not a certain amount of healing threshold you have to be a support, right? I do think a support needs to have healing. It's probably a box that you should check. I think I also think like this concept that like, I saw a lot of complaints with, who was it? There's a DPS character a while ago. Maybe it was Mei. People were saying like, oh, she doesn't, or Symmetra or whatever. She doesn't do enough damage. It's like, well, the damage rule is pressure and only pressure. What separates support from damage is not necessarily the damage ceiling, which, as you already said, that like technically, if you just do nothing but DPS, there are some support characters that can out DPS heroes. The problem is that's all the damage dealer has to worry about, where supports do have to manage multiple responsibilities. That's why you'll see BAPs do not out damage soldiers, even though they feel like they should, because they can't just damage. They have other things they have to worry about. So to me, I guess my point being is that like role identity should feel like guidelines with as few guardrails as possible for creative development, as few guardrails as possible. And feeling like everybody has to have a role passive, everybody has to have their very stark identity, what separates damage from support, I think puts artificial limitations and means that we have to paint with a broad brush when we don't need to do that. We just don't need a role. I think a good example is like you make good arguments for the current role passive. It's maybe fine, but we have seen this with other role passives before. A good example being like supports needed to have an extra strong heal passive. Why? Why? And then now you have people like Mercy that don't even have a functioning role passive. It's like it's okay if we are able to distinctly make passes for roles, and just painting with broad brushes and trying to force limitations. I've never been a huge fan of, if that makes sense.
Sorry, if I can just bring back. I'm not familiar. What's going on with Mercy in the not functioning?
So she already has always had the automatic heal passive, even back in Overwatch 1. So when you give her the support passive, she already has it. She already has the support passive, essentially.
Oh, and Ryan with Ironclad and the boop and all that as well.
Right. And it was like the old DPS passive with reload speed, and Hanzo's not getting anything out of it. And so it's like, I'm not saying that it's not possible to create a passive that isn't globally useful. I actually think the incoming heal debuff is probably the closest thing they could do to that. But my point is that we shouldn't have to feel like that. The unique DPS identity is that they just have to pressure, and that's it. That is their identity. And there should be different ways that DPS can do that.
What makes the DPS passive or any role passive, why are we relating that to being core to the identity and not just like this is a baseline of how they function?
My point is a baseline of how they function, because we're trying to make all DPS baseline beat incoming heal debuffers, essentially. The problem is that not every DPS is very effective at implementing that. And we shouldn't have to make all DPS worry about applying an incoming heal debuff. This was kind of one of our initial criticisms of like Tracer can pepper a tank from literally across the map. There's your incoming heal debuff. Is that fair, right? A Widowmaker, you said, okay, Widowmaker now part of her power budget, she can apply incoming heal debuff. That's true. That is actually true. But how often is that relevant with Widowmaker compared to every other character? And so now you start to have questions. It's like, is this something that we can really... I'm not saying it's a negative thing like this. It's really not a big... We're just basically talking semantics here. It's not the end of the world. But that's kind of historically why I've had some problems with that.
All right,
but you make good points. You make good points. Like I will say though, like the whole concept of like a Genji diving a BAP being potentially more threatening to that BAP's health pool than a Kiriko diving a BAP because of the DPS passive. But if that duel goes for more than a few seconds, that is true, and that is a really good point. And you make some good points with that.
I guess my final like kind of pie in the sky argument would be that like if they do get that beautiful future where there's no role passives,
or how about this?
Start getting
Can I
weird.
interject really fast again? What if they had more role passes? You know what I'm saying? So like you could actually have role passives that are more choice oriented, more impactful if the character actually, like think about like with perks, right? Like one of my main criticisms when they first rolled out perks was, do you remember the playtest where they had like just like role passives that you could choose, whatever? And it was like really cringe. Like some of them were useless and like, you could choose, you could get faster. And then they did hero specific perks. I think that's maybe my problem with passives. Like if they had like more specific role passives that you could choose from. I don't know how they began to implement that, but like that would be my point, where it's like something that you could actively participate in, and then think about and be like, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to take this engagement differently because I have this, But that's kind of would be my question. But I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, like a level 1 perk type thing.
Yeah, just a little something that might change your decision making a little bit. I'm all about like changing how you make decisions or how you make choices.
Yeah, no, that is nice.
But yeah,
okay.
Anyway.
No, that's good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate your time, mate. What is the sign? I gotta see it. Wait, it says
yes.
me when I own Spilo's opinion. And wait, what is that? What is that logo? Please, you got
it's your logo.
I got canceled on the whiteboard, bro. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Yeah.
I appreciate your time, mate. Thanks for your arguments. Cheers. All right, let's freaking killing me, man. We got 30 more minutes, man. We're gonna keep cruising here, so let's keep going. Let's roll here. Okay, the cut through defensive utility, mostly part of the tank roll. Mostly agree here. Dak could dismiss the photo mechanically intensive. Malka has a range problem. I agree here.
If you need one, I added a take on power creep.
Okay, thank you, Brax. I agree there as well. I agree with that as well. Tank roll. I'd be interested in talking about you with it, Deem, if you're here. If not, we can move on to just destroying Sarah Lee with facts and logic. I don't know if Deem is here, though. I don't think so. Okay. We'll keep going. Sarah Lee, if you'd like to debate, just for a mix-up here, the Catan. Holy crap, Sarah Lee, are you here? What is this freaking wall of text? Last one. We might have time for 2 or 3 more. Sarah Lee? I know Sarah Lee was in chat like 2 seconds ago. We'll give Sarah Lee like 20 seconds. Maybe we'll come back. You're in the thing. Okay. Oh, you're in the thing. All right, so I'm gonna be real. I didn't read a word you said, but you said something about Catan's actually good, and I'm like, oh boy, it's like Jeff Kaplan's in my voice call again. All right, talk to me about Catan. Defend Catan.
Okay, I'm gonna set a timer of 7 minutes for you. I'm not gonna go longer than that. We're gonna make sure we get everything out in that time. I'm starting it right now.
Yes.
Let's begin. First of all, Catan, not a great game. Very, very bad. Has a lot of fundamental problems. However, lots of things have problems that you can enjoy and interact with and have a great time.
Yes.
So, first of all, what's the main issue with Catan?
RNG.
The main issue with Catan is generally RNG. Yes. Sometimes you can just get locked out of the game to no fault of your own. Not only because of the RNG, but because roads function as walls towards other players.
Yes.
And so if I choose, I can make a series of moves in turn 1 or 2 that essentially take one of the players in the game and say, you have nowhere to go.
This is the Spilo effect. Let me clarify this. This is the problem with a lot of very casual, like Catan has the problem with that a lot of casual games have, where they don't really consider that aspect. And if anybody's ever been in a party group where you're like the gamer guy, you always get targeted. Like this has been my entire life growing up, is my family just doesn't want Jacob to win. So everyone's going to target Jacob. Everyone's going to target Spilo because they're too scared of him winning again. This has been my entire life. And Catan, you can absolutely target the crap of somebody from the get-go. And it's not even necessarily a bad call either. Continue.
Yeah, you're right. And not only are you right, you can absolutely target somebody at the get-go, but it's very easy to do so incredibly early. However, first of all, Catan is a game made to play with your family.
Yes, that's the problem.
Your mother and your father. And mom and dad need to learn that you're a bastard of a child. And you're going to hurt your mother. Not because you want to, well, a little bit because you want to, but because it's the most strategic move.
Right.
You need to be taught. It's good for children to be taught at a young age that their parents are not exempt from the cruel actions you can take in the pursuit of achieving victory. Victory at all costs, even among relationships, is an important feature. And Monopoly doesn't teach this because Monopoly is about trading. The whole trading in Catan, you can just say, no, not doing any of it. I don't want to do
a lot of it, so you're not really targeting people with Monopoly. It just happens to be unlucky, right? But with Catan, it's personal. Yeah. Okay.
Also, first of all, Catan, gateway drug. It's not a perfect game, but it's very easy to start and go. Now, I sit down at the table. Johnny Noob is sitting across from me. He's playing his first game. I've played 1,000. I've seen it all. Johnny Noob is having a great time. He thinks like, oh, wow, I can do this, I can do that. There's so much strategy. I already know the game is over. It's turn 3. I've won. Johnny Noob can still have a fun time while I already know I've achieved victory.
It's the engine builder economy
thing. I
thing.
can shoot him in the feet.
Right. Because it's like, oh, I'm still enjoying drawing resources, even though I'm going to be obliterated by about turn 6 or 7. But yeah, it's still fun in the meantime. Yeah, I get that. It's like the stadium effect where people are getting rolled, but at least they get to still practice their little builds, click their little points. Yeah, I get you.
Third, if I want to experiment with game design and building a game, I can take Catan, a modular game, and simply just make changes to it at a whim. And it's going to be very difficult for me to make a worse experience than base Catan.
So you're saying that it's so flexible, but it's actually so bad that it's actually not possible to make it worse.
Yes, any changes I make are likely to have either a neutral or a better effect. For example, what if I move off of 2d6 to a d12? How does this change the game? Not a lot mathematically, but if I add a second robber move on 1, now there's 2 robbers.
There's a lot more variety of outcome because it's not 7 every single time.
Yeah, if I let the knight cards be played at instant speed, all of a sudden we can start stacking knights on top of each other in somebody else's turn. It's gonna get crazy, and we're gonna have a good time. And I'm probably not gonna break the game's balance.
Well, you might, because I think the game is balanced around 6, 7, and 8 outcomes, but that's fine. You said 1d12, right?
This is true. D12.
But see, now that you mention it, I don't even know if the game is like balanced around that. I think you might just be like, is it balanced so that like 6, 7, and 8 are rewarded less, or is it just you just win? I don't know. Maybe it's like to do with your starting position matters a lot less, I guess, because everything's a lot more even outcome. That's the problem with modern game design, Sarah. Those all even. It's all choices and even outcomes.
Modern games
it's all the liberal
engines.
Participation trophies. Tell you what, Sarah, no honest. Back in my day, if you lost the game, you had your arm amputated. You know what I'm saying? Tell you what, you are the problem, Sarah. Go ahead.
You may have never heard of this game. It's called Starfarers of Catan. It was released 4 years after the original Catan. It's way better. It has all the problems with base Catan fixed. Why have you never heard of it?
Because it's
$130.
Oh, I was gonna say because it's a liberal game, but no. Okay.
In order to fix Catan, you have to introduce so many pieces that you have to purchase to be able to include in the game, so that everybody can have a good time. It's cheaper to make player 4 have an awful time.
I see.
I'm saving money by making my mother suffer.
Right. True. Well, yeah, but your inheritance. Well, actually, you're not getting ones anyway. So, but like, I guess your point being is that like it just so much more work. It just make it easy. Lucio's wall ride doesn't function. Ryan doesn't pin ever, and when he does, he dies instantaneously. Yes. So much more easy to code that.
And what are the most memorable experiences of Catan? Let me ask you. I can tell you what it is. What's your most memorable general experience?
I know mine. So it was.
Is it when?
No, go ahead.
Is it when somebody just rolls their number they bet all in on 5 times in a row and straight up just wins out of nowhere?
No. I mean, well, yeah, kind of, yes. Crazy. But see, it's a party game. It's a party game. Weird, crazy experiences. Catch-up mechanics. You get what I'm saying?
This is true.
When I played Catan, my most memorable Catan was when I've played Catan like half dozen times tops, but I had a decent board game understanding. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. Met my Pepper's family, brother-in-law, whatever. 4 or 5 of us. I'm destroying everyone. I've got the mathematical probability, all the resources spent, and I'm not saving my resources because I know I'm going to get Robert. I'm going to get a 7, right? And every single time we get towards the end of the game, I'm destroying everybody. You know what happens? Catch-up mechanics happen to where I'm actually making too many resources. I couldn't spend them fast enough. I lost everything, and they rolled like, I don't know what the stupid rolls were, like rolled Robert like 3 or 4 times, right? 3 or 4 times in a row, lost the game, had nothing. I had literally done the mathematical optimal thing with the board, and I got screwed by a couple of dice rolls at the end. And those jackasses think they won. And right, it's welfare, and it's just. But you know what? I remembered it. I remember like stubbing my toe in the door. Sorry, but I remembered it for sure. So party game, Settlers of Catan, definitely. For casuals.
I know, I agree.
Yes.
I agree. Welfare, the robber does teach us to, attack the centers of wealth.
Yes.
But anyway, I shouldn't take up any more of your time for more meaningful arguments.
Thank you,
I'll
Sarah.
head out. I want everybody to know if you're listening. I'm very ill. That's why my voice is not great. I've had a cold for 3 weeks.
Same.
Holiday sickness.
That's
Bless
fine.
you all. Recover.
Bless you all. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate your time, mate. Goodbye. Wow, I didn't even move to the audience. Sarah's just gone, like the wind. Okay, we continue. Meaningful debate. This is the place. Where are we at here? I think that's Sarah Lee there. There's a way to keep surgeons high damage range powers rather frequency harder to build and hold on to. The only reason why I'm going to be skipping some of these is not because they're not interesting arguments. It's just because we only have a couple more left. So we have to set the bar pretty high here. I think we talked about hit scan as well. So I apologize if we're going to be skipping some stuff as always. Vex season 9 was officially a very positive change for the DM and sense of tools and able the dev team to be used properly. So I might not just debate here, but that one's an interesting point, but I don't know that I would disagree is the problem. I agree, Sanguine. I agree. Yeah, I actually agree with you as well, Ren. I agree. I know this is later. We already spoke, but definitely agree with this. It's like once you're plugged into the lane, the mechanical side of things, the layering, the strategy from that position is matters. The problem is that most people don't even put themselves in the position to where that actually matters. OH2 beta. Nodlin can't join VC. It can be. Okay, this is good. Mick and B, are you here? This might be a good one to end with. I think I saw some sauce. I swear I saw you in here at some point. Yes. Okay. How's it going?
Hello. Going
okay.
Well. How are you?
Good. So, some interesting points there. Some hero design discussion, map design discussion, some discussion on Clash. We'll probably finish with this here. I'll have about 15, 20 minutes. Let's say for 20 for right now. Start wherever you'd like. Give me one of your points and we can talk it through.
Absolutely. So, first of all, just want to say, big fan. And,
appreciate it.
You're one of my big inspirations for being a coach.
I appreciate that. So, I'm glad to hear that. I'm flattered. Really nice. Thank you.
Top tier 3, low tier 2 is the players and teams I've been working with.
Nice.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Awesome. So my take is, so I know you dislike these like noob stomper heroes, yeah?
Yeah,
like Moira, Bastion, heroes that aren't very good at the high level, but they can be a hurdle in the lower elos, and because they get a lot of value for not a lot, right?
Sure, on paper. Although I will say, interject really fast, my opinion on these is kind of seesawed a little bit, where I think that maybe even myself has kind of overvalued the amount of value that they get, where certain characters just feel worse, but actually perform fine. Genji, Rhine, Ball, stuff like that. But separate point, continue.
No, yeah, so because I was going to say, I do agree. This is one of the things that I really like from you as well, is I don't think, so I'm a Moira OTP myself, even though I coach the game. No aim, just position.
Yeah.
I agree that noob stomper characters should never be hard meta. Like, they should never be really good. But I think having a skill check in the growth curve of the game, where there's a bump, a difficulty increase, a boss, so to speak, can actually be quite rewarding for the player base and for a player's sort of like learning that, if you're a Genji and you dash into Amara into a tiny room with like both her cooldowns, you're probably screwed, right? Understanding that, like you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just that's one of the points that I've been having about those types of characters. I don't know. It sounds like you're not.
No. Yeah. Basically, your idea is that like there's certain thresholds where certain kit designs or certain abilities or certain heroes that it's not bad to have your ability to beat those characters in certain ways be revolved around your ability to be good enough to beat them. Like if a Genji dashes in, doesn't have the mechanics to beat Moira. I guess kind of my argument is that like, it's not so much that like, should we take up Moira out back in the shooter? That's never really been my argument, right? I don't think that that's the case. My question is that would it not just be more enjoyable for both sides of the equation if Moira had the ability to do more, but take a little bit effort to do more, so that it feels better in the bronze, silver, gold for the Genji players? Like you still have to outplay the Moira, right? But it's a skill matchup. But then for you, somebody that's put a lot of hours into Moira, you actually have a hope of a higher output with the character. I think that like when I look at somebody like Moira, just for an example, it's not just a question of like this character's a noob stomper, way too easy to get value out of. Yeah, well, yes and no, whatever. It's also that this character just doesn't really have a functional ceiling in comparison to a lot of other supports. And so I look at it as a Moira player and as somebody who plays versus Moira, I would love if the character demanded more. And not necessarily be more complicated, maybe Moira needs to be a little more complicated, but most of these noob stomper characters don't necessarily need to be more complicated. There just needs to be more ways to express skill. You kind of get what I'm saying? That's kind of my argument.
I get that, but I also think like someone who comes from I stem from a World of Warcraft background. Before I picked up, I transitioned away from World of Warcraft into Overwatch as it came out, and prior to that, I've been playing World of Warcraft for 10 years. I really appreciated at the beginning of the game that there were certain characters, and I know it's a little bit like of the fallacy of like, not putting in all the work and then the reward being less good. I get that. Nothing good comes for free. But I really appreciated that transition. And like later on, especially now where I only really coach, sat around mid-masters myself, not amazing, not bad. I really appreciate that there's a character where I can just kind of vibe on it. And, I understand that fundamentally I'm having an easier time mechanically. And I just oftentimes I really think that like this idea that there shouldn't be easy characters is just, I don't think it sits well with me. And I think it shouldn't be like they should never be strong in high elo, right? I fully think that Moira shouldn't be strong in high elo. It's not interesting at that area of the game.
Sure.
But I also don't think it's problematic to have these like skill check heroes.
Okay. Let me kind of break down my arguments here really carefully. So just kind of let me know if you follow me here. So first off, the reason why you're liking these easier characters is because the simplicity, correct? Like just the simplicity.
Yes.
Not needing to juggle 4 different mechanics at the same time, sweat, be high on Adderall to be able to just simply do the thing. Correct?
Yeah.
And if you especially compare that, because I have some experience in MMOs as well, to the MMO skill set where you have 20 buttons. The difference in complexity, especially in the MMO format, is often through complexity. It's not through necessarily skill of execution, because one of the hard-baked limitations of most MMOs is that the mechanics thing isn't as important. There's movement's not as important. You don't aim as much as the MMOs. It's all about the complexity of your kit, the order of operations, and the speed. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
So that oftentimes the difficulty of a class is strictly complexity, like 95% complexity, with very few exceptions. Yeah. Okay. So this has been my argument with the simple versus easy heroes. Okay. I have always been a fan, proponent, and a supporter of simple heroes. I think it's actually the more simple heroes that Overwatch can have, the better. Characters with limited kits, characters with, it comes down to just how you use the limited tools that you have, and that the choice comes through just well-designed abilities. Tracer is a simple character. Winston is a simple character. Lucio is a simple character. Obviously, technically, Mercy is a simple character. My argument is that the difference between the difficulty of Overwatch and the difficulty of the MMO genre, and the difficulty that people tend to conflate with the things that I'm arguing with, is I'm not advocating for characters like Hazard, more characters like Hazard, or more characters like Vendetta. That is not what I'm advocating for. I like those characters, fine, but I don't like them necessarily more than I do characters like Winston or Genji or Lucio. What I'm advocating for is that there are characters that has nothing to do with their simplicity. It's due to the fact that the choices that you make with those characters don't often matter. You can vibe with Lucio. You can vibe with Winston, right? It might not be as easy all the time, but you can. There's not a lot of choices you need to make. There's not a lot of buttons that you need to worry about. You just kind of play. And so what you're describing is that you don't want to juggle 75 different things, and that should be something that's accessible for Overwatch. And I agree with you. That's kind of my point. And I think that maybe the difference in our definition is coming from the difference of simplicity versus ease. I don't like easy characters in Overwatch, and I don't think we need easy characters in Overwatch because skill is relative. So you can have people, like, for example, let me give you an example. If you banned all heroes in Overwatch and had only Winston, Lucio, Ana, whatever else, the Ana players might be sweating and crying, but the Winston players would be vibing, right? Even if they're in bronze, right?
Absolutely.
And the reason why that's the case is because of what's in his kit. And so I'm in agreement with you. I want to maintain and prioritize simple characters. I just don't think that that necessarily needs to be conflated with easy characters, as in characters that have a hard ceiling and that don't have to put any thought into anything at all. Because I think the difference between Overwatch difficulty and MMO difficulty is very different. Because you're right, trying to like play a complicated MMO class, you can't relax and play a complicated MMO class. You're going to be button mashing and managing 4 different debuffs.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's necessarily the case with Overwatch, is kind of my argument. I know it's not a perfect analogy, but that's kind of my point, at least. I hope that kind of makes sense.
No, 100%. I think the original take, this is from a video a long time ago, and I don't remember what the name of the video is, because I kind of just watched them all, and they kind of flow together a little bit. But I just remember you saying that you thought that characters like Bastion and Moira got too much value in low elo specifically for what they were, and it was holding the low elo lobbies hostage, or it was like making the experience unpleasant. And I was like thinking, well,
I would dial that back a little bit now. I would dial that back a little bit, and I would agree with you. If it's not Bastion or Moira, it's going to be somebody else. But this competitive gaming is unpleasant sometimes, right? Like, that's just kind of how it goes. I would agree with that. My problem, I think, is that like maybe the way that Bash and Moira communicate their gameplay loop to lower ranked players, it's not that gets too much value necessarily. It's that it can feel unintuitively frustrating to play into for very little effort, and it doesn't teach them the fundamentals. So like Moira, like, you do want to be punished with death. I think that like it's fine to vibe, but you should be punished with death. Moira doesn't always result in death. And then Bastion, like, DPS need to be kind of taking angles, taking space proactively. And Bastion players, and not just looking at the enemy shield, right? And a lot of Bastion players, I'm not saying this is how he's supposed to be played or how he's even played effectively, but the way that the character's communicated often seems to imply that that's what you need to be doing. And so that leads to an unpleasant experience for both the Bastion player and for the person playing versus Bastion, even though they're probably going to beat the Bastion player. That's the weird dynamic.
I 100% have the opinion that a character like Bastion needs to have less of his power in his shift and more of his power in the neutral.
Right.
And I think there's so many opportunities for so I agree with you in that regard. I just
this
don't think that the fact that the shift is so powerful is necessary. Like, I think it's just like, you know, like utilizing, like you always say, like the effective range of your character, right? Understanding turns as well. Understanding that, you know, maybe we don't triple blink down main into a Bastion with form. Right. Like, I just think it's a small ask. It's a small ask, right? And I think it's an okay ask. It's okay to have like certain areas of the game. And I mean, Jesus, I've seen, like, you know, Masters players come and complain about Bastion to me. So it's not like it's actually even universally like low elo necessarily.
For sure. For me, it's like I said, it's just like making characters that are more intuitive in line with the choices that you make with the character feel more like the choices that you should make with the character, rather, feel more in line with what the character's supposed to do, right? Like, I mean, you and I both know Moira does not sit back and heal bot, right? That's not what you do with Moira. You gotta use your right, and yet that's exactly the way that she is leveraged, because that's kind of feels right. Like, you just vomit healing and you have your defensive capability, and it's like, it's just not right. And then Bash is the same thing. You get this big turret guy, like, right? Yeah. But that was how he was designed, but that's not how he should be played anymore. And it's also good that that's not the case. And I think like that's kind of like that level of dissonance is not all the bronze silver players' fault, is kind of my point. And I would I'd like to see kind of people encouraged to do. I have this weird take where I think that like Mercy, the community within the Mercy community, which is like, you know, Pocket, the DPS Pocket, whatever. It's actually like the reason why Mercy is so good for so long is because it's good macro, is to like go help aggressive DPS and so on, right? And a lot of heroes don't do that. So I guess my point is not just about like the difficulty of the character. It's the fact that these characters, I mean, honestly, even Moira has a relatively complex kit, but that there isn't enough ways to express skill with that kit. And that I don't think it's the same thing to say a character should be a little harder to play as saying the character should be more complicated to play. I think if that's kind of my argument.
So what we're saying is give her a better burst cycle, change her mobility to not be invulnerability, and then move her to DPS. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Just here's an idea. Maybe she can teleport through walls. Give her like little knives that she throws. You know, and then she has like a cleanse or something, because Moira, I think, needs a cleanse. You know, I think something along those lines. No, I mean, even stuff like just like stupid stuff. I don't know how much you've played with, like, I know it's like probably objectively the worst perk, but that like the reverse orb perk, like that to me is like the whole hero fantasy. You know, it's like the hero fantasy of Moira right there, and that doesn't add really another button. It just means that you can use the orb in a different way, right? And it's like that to me is like, I would love if they added that to base kit, you know, just give a little bit of multitasking with her. I actually think Moira's yeah, go ahead.
I think it's one of those perks where I think the perk is super, super interesting, and I think it can help players who aren't familiar with Moira get this, because one of the things you kind of learn on Moira is that it's way better for you to, if you're zoning in on somebody in your duel, right, you should always be ready to take the angle, pressure them with orb and right click, right? It's not enough for just the right click, yada yada. We both know this, very simple. But what a lot of people don't know is that if you throw the orb straight, it has less travel time and is less likely to get the full one. So you're kind of meant to bounce it on the floor, get that diagonal, so that it spends more time. Yeah, exactly. The foot bounce, right? Yeah. And it does compensate the foot bounce if you do that. It's just that when you're better, you don't need that.
Right.
So it's an interesting concept, not useful though.
Right. And well, but see, that's kind of my point, is that like Moira is like, I mean, I've talked with Nolan, you know, like the Moira goat guy, and like my guy knows so many niche techs with like, you can do the whole, like, I forget what's the scientific term, where you're moving towards the target, you're actually doing more healing per second, as opposed
the Doppler effect.
The Doppler effect, right? Exactly. And then you're moving away, effect, you do less healing. Yep. And it's like stuff like that, but it's like you get so little out of it for so much effort. It's like that to me is like, man, we should be rewarding little things like that, you know. So, but anyway, that's my argument.
Build it into the character.
Yeah. So that's kind of my argument. I understand what you're saying, and I definitely don't think it's bad to have characters that have like more vibe focused kits, just as long as those kits are like, you could do more with it if you put effort into it. But I do agree that like not everything needs 7 different buttons, for sure.
Yep.
All right, mate. Appreciate your time. No, we've got 5 more minutes. You had a couple other takes. I would love to at least quickly touch on. I do. Please.
Yes, go on.
Any one or two, I don't care.
Which one do you think you would disagree most with, the map reworks or the game modes?
So talk to me about both. Just give me the TLDR of both really quick.
Okay, TLDR, I just didn't really like that some of the map reworks that came through, especially for Dorado, basically just added a staircase rotation so that people could play Brawl on the map and didn't have to play. I'm such a huge advocate of having different maps catered to different sort of heroes. It's one of the things I think was a big letdown for Atlas, for example. I think what Atlas needed to be is it needed to be Flashpoint, but much more high ground focused, so that we could have these like really, really spread out dive compositions dominate that map type, instead of it being another fast rush brawl type sort of like slots.
Right.
And I do know you can play like Diva comms and Doom comms and Hazard comms are actually pretty good on Atlas, but that's not my point, right? Like the architecture, I think they missed there by making essentially it was just the same plus, you know, like it was just the same, instead of like really being creative.
Okay. My super fast 10-second response would be, I agree, but I don't think that the map reworks have changed the strengths and weaknesses of the map enough to justify saying that they are now brawl maps or that you can play brawl in them effectively.
No,
I think,
of course not.
I think they just have to be careful because like the problem is that in ranked, you're not going to get people playing the perfect comp all the time, and you're gonna have a massive problem with win rates. And like it's gonna be so volatile. Now I know we had this conversation with Jeff Kaplan earlier where he's like, we want those sharps, right? But I think that certain maps were just way too extreme. The Circuit Royale, we just came down to Widowmaker, right? And I think like they've maintained the identity of the Dorado as being a dive map very clearly. Enough, but I understand your point. Now, the second one, did you talk about Clash? What was your other one? The one that you're going to talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was talking about game modes and how that certain game modes, the new game modes, are mostly hated. And I do know, take it with a pinch of salt, because I do know that Flashpoint and Push is actually like pretty well received on the higher end of the game.
Yes.
But not so much on the average end of the game.
Yeah. Yes.
My point of these things. No, go on.
No, I was going to say, I think it's gotten better a little bit. I think Flashpoint had legitimate problems with spawn placement, lack of speed boost, the way that there was no order. It was total RNG with where the map, the points were going to unlock. And all of these things contributed to like a pretty negative beginner perception. I think that perception is improved because all of those things have been addressed. And I also think there was a bit of a skill check because a lot of the fun of Flashpoint and Push is the dynamism of where you're taking fights, which is just inherently more interesting. But casual players don't like to turn on their brain. They just want to sit and shoot at the screen. And so they kind of need to be pushed a little bit in towards that. And I think that's just going to be part of the game that won't entirely change. But continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So I was gonna say I think the reception is getting better, but my take is that, and especially for Clash, this one is like Clash is the one that kind of ties it together for me.
Yeah,
I think Clash was harshly judged by a lot of vocal figures in the community, content creators abroad, as being a bad game mode. Yeah, I know you were on it. I still somewhat disagree, and I hope I can show you what I mean by that. So my team at the time, we made a big effort out of picking Clash up fast because we kind of,
it's a life hack to winning games, solving game modes
exactly.
Quick. Yeah.
And it became evident to me that most people didn't pick it up as quickly as we did because we had like an 80-90% win rate in scrims, right? So clearly people were not really picking up Clash.
Right.
And I think one of the biggest things, like the point that is like you're almost punished for winning first by going into harder space. I like to take a look at Throne of Anubis as an example. The problem here is that yes, they have good space because they get to set up first, but that is literally the case on any map ever. If you win the first fight on Colosseo, you're pushing into the hardest part of the map to capture, right?
Yes.
Going into the defender's high ground, right? Like so that's not a problem. That is by design.
Well, okay, so there's one problem. There's one problem here because there is not. So when you are holding defender's advantage in any other game mode, you do not get a reward out of holding that space beyond denying the enemy team from increasing their objective presence. The problem with setting up ahead of time, right, is that not only do you deny the enemy team from increasing their lead, you also get free points yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That was the problem.
I understand. But here's my counter argument to that.
Okay.
In an ideal world for a Clash game, if you just trade back and forth, the person or the team who won the first middle point is the one who's going to win that. And you might argue that, okay, well, then it comes down to like a last fight sort of thing. But I believe that is enough skill expression within, the difference of teams that it actually doesn't matter. And if it does, on other game modes, it would have likely come down to like an OT fight as well, like on like a payload map, right?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I want you to challenge you. Can I interject really fast? But this is the problem, though. This is the problem. I don't remember how many points was it to win in Clash. Was it 4, 3, 5? 5. Okay, so here's the problem.
5.
Neutral fight, we win 1-0. Defender's advantage fight, they win 1-1. Neutral fight, you win 2-1. Defender's advantage fight, 2-2. 3-2. 3-3. 4-3, 4-4, And then now all the defenders teams that has done nothing but win their advantage fights. They've never won a neutral fight. They only have to win one neutral fight and they win the game mode. That's the problem, is that you can essentially, it's not that you have to eventually win a fight in opponent's territory. You don't ever have to win a fight in an opponent's defended territory. You could spend the entire game mode tying it up with your advantage, and you only have to win neutral game modes or neutral fights.
I agree. I do have a counterpoint to that, though.
Please, yeah.
Which is... Okay, so everyone here is familiar with the concept of layering because we all watch you.
Yeah,
yes. But something a lot of people might not be...
Yeah.
Exactly. But something some people might not be familiar with is when do you stack ultimates, which is generally speaking whenever the fight is more important to win, right?
Yes.
So overtime fights, cap fights as well, right?
Yeah, escort
when there's
classic.
higher stakes, you're... Exactly, right? So that's when you stack ultimates. My point of figuring out Clash, and like something we did very early, is you need to understand what points are more like important for you to invest heavily into. Basically, we made it a point to like basically never really invest ultimates into third point.
Yeah.
Unless we have like such an overwhelmingly advantage that you can push for the tick, right? But there needs to be clear evidence that you can push for the tick. And I do understand that might be a little bit much of an ask, but my point is just if we had given it time, let people create map guides, educational content on how to play this mode, it could have been a great game mode for the community, but we never got to that point because it was shut down so quickly. Because I like Overwatch, I love the community, I love everyone, right? But sometimes we are just like the worst children of like...
I think it's just people in general.
Just shut down stuff immediately.
Yeah, for sure. No, I agree with you. So you
shut down stuff too fast.
You make a good point. Like I do think that like the ugly aspects of Clash did absolutely lead to like a lot of opportunity for like some competitive like innovation, right? Like the example that you gave right there, like knowing when to fight for the tick versus just giving up the third point and playing defender's advantage, like flipping the script, like their side is now defender's advantage. And then if you get to that point there where you're trading one for one, if you're doing it on second and third point, you will win because you will have won. You'll be up one essentially. So you never actually you'll always have an advantage. So in theory, you could definitely gimmick that out for sure. 100%. And that's part of the skill set. Like you see this even all the time where like defenders on third point will overreact. They'll overcommit ults trying to hold that third point, not knowing that they have a massive advantage, right? And so then they guarantee lose. So yeah, there's a complexity here. The problem with this argument is because I was there back in 2019, 2020, 2021 with London, theory crafting 2CP strategies. And that's the most I've ever loved 2CP in my life, was when I was the coach, sit in the back, cooking up these crazy rotation strategy, counterpoint, composition stuff, so breaking 2CP. Loved it. I go play it. I want to uninstall Overwatch because the experience of a competitive, coordinated team in that environment, be able to theory craft and strategize out those situations. And this was 2CP that had been in the game mode for 5 years. Was still frustrating enough. Now, I'm not saying that Clash was as bad as 2CP. I'm just saying that like it is a tough balance between going, this is a game mode, the community will figure it out, we need to trust ourselves with this, versus legitimate flaws in the system that are just going to take either forever to solve. And I think the difference between, let's say, Flashpoint and Clash, which Flashpoint had legitimate issues, Clash had legitimate issues. And that Flashpoint, we just talked about the three things that Flashpoint did better: the spawns, the speed, and the non-randomness of the point generation. Clash never made that progress. Clash never figured out the defender's advantage problem. Clash never tried. I suggested multiple times for them to give reduced credit for capping your own points, to force players to have to win neutral fights. They never, I guess they weren't able to figure it, or maybe it just wasn't a good idea. I think another solution would have been having a slightly less defender's advantaged third point. That's obviously a bag of worms or a can of worms because, maybe they just cap 3 points and suddenly win the game. But like maybe making it slightly less defenders favored so that like going for point ticks is a little bit more rewarding. There just wasn't enough. They were either unable or incapable or unwilling to adapt the game mode enough to make it. And then if they can't fix it, then I just don't know if it's worth it for the 99% of people that are playing it.
I think there was innovation to be had, and I do think that some of it would have gotten at least somewhat better. And I do understand my own bias, because my own bias is playing with a lot of higher ranked players, and me being
and my bias is being with Plats, you know. So
yeah. So we don't have the same experience.
Sure.
Clash. I mean, to be fair, I have played Clash and Quick Play. It's not the right experience. Let's put it that way. It's not the right experience.
Yeah.
But that being said, I just think that this ties back into my concept of it's okay to have some progression and skill bumps and stuff, right?
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
The rest
with that,
you can solve. You can solve other things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The last thing was just that I think 2TP would work well in
I wonder. I wonder if like this is probably just completely unreasonable, but I wonder if it had been better if they'd expanded the maps a little bit and done 4 points in each side, and then made the defender's advantage less snowbally. So like you have to win 4 fights in a row, and then you don't have to worry about having these crazy defender's advantage defenses. Like if you lose neutral 1, 2, 3, you probably deserve to lose the game mode. The problem is that just Clash could be either you have these outliers where like no progress is made and the defender's advantage team wins. Or legitimately, I remember the first time we did it in a play test. This is a while ago. We had a game that was under 3 minutes long, like the entire game mode, right? And it's just like that's technically possible with a lot of game modes. But I guess Koth being the one outlier there for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I get what you're saying. I think, like you said, I think the most important thing that you said there is like there is about a little bit of wiggle room where we can let people kind of suffer a little bit and figure things out. Because hey, I agree with you on that on Push, and I agree with you on that in Flashpoint.
I think it was cut too quick, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely agree with you to an extent there, but it is a tricky line to cross. So, all right, mate. Well, I appreciate your thoughts. I really appreciate your time. Definitely agreed on a lot of points here, and have a good rest of your evening. And good luck with your coaching.
You too. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right,
thank you.
Cheers, mate. Okay, Twitch and Discord. We're probably gonna call it there. I do have to go. I'm already running behind on the Patreon pugs here. So loves and kisses. I am really, really, really sorry as always that I wasn't able to get to all the questions and all the debate topics. Some of you guys put a lot of effort into them. I greatly apologize. It's just, you guys know how it is. There's just a lot to go through and trying to prioritize people that were able to be here as voice. And also I know I missed a few as well. So I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate putting the time in. I think anytime putting your thoughts down on anything, whether it's through writing or thinking, is not time wasted. So I hope that was not a waste of time. And a big shout out to all the people that did jump in voice and kind of put themselves on a bit of a pedestal. I know it can be uncomfortable. I know it can be a little awkward. I think everyone did a really good job because everyone was very respectful. Yeah, shout out to you guys for putting yourselves kind of up on the forefront and being willing to disagree with this yapper. It was love to having you guys. Yes. Okay. Farewell to Discord people. Goodbye. Yes, we'll end that. And then we will re-enable face cam and we'll go from there. But yeah, some legitimately really great thoughts there. Definitely raised some really important questions, and I hope I was able to clarify my thoughts a little clear enough anyway. Yeah, we had a great time. Let me get my face cam turned on here. And I might, but yeah, also thank you to Hottie Raiders. I apologize being a little unavailable, trying to make sure that whoever, and also the subs and the bits and the comments, like just trying to make sure that whoever I'm speaking to is getting as close to my full attention as possible with being a streamer and all that. So I think this one was better than last time. I think this one was even better last time. The last time was good too, but I think this one was even better. Just like 10% better. 10% more interesting topics. 10% more well-spoken guests. Hopefully a 10% better host, but probably not. I could do this for hours, to be honest with you guys, but yeah. When is it next? I don't know. I do like doing this as a series. But I do like spreading series out, just so that we're not like not killing the golden goose. You know what I'm saying? I'd like it to feel like where there's a lot of anticipation for it, because there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Mini map combos about this debate session recently. That was a very enjoyable discussion for sure. You could tell that you put some time and thought into it, And that's what makes these discussions so worth it. You know, it's like whether you agree or disagree, the most important thing is that it challenges you to think about something in a slightly different way. And holy crap, man, that is so enjoyable, right? It's so enjoyable to kind of think about things from an outside perspective. And to be honest with you, that's how like good discussion happens. Is it's not just, oh, we disagree, we get nowhere. It actually goes, man, yeah, if we actually did try it, how would we make it work? And then, okay, well, if you don't agree about the minimap, when and where would a minimap actually be good? Just object. It really forces you to think. And then also, it challenges you to go, like, it was making me think about, like, okay, what are my problems with the minimap? I never really thought about it before. And I was like, you know, maybe the information obfuscation, like not having perfect scouting is like a really important part of Overwatch in comparison to other tactical shooters. And then if that's the case, does that explain why people have certain problems with certain characters? You know, it's like, and then you can use that information and make different decisions about that, which I just find so fascinating, to be honest with you. And I think that's also like good leadership, good teamwork, is like people disagreeing with each other productively. Anytime I've ever been involved in coaching, I've always had the best teams I've ever worked with were the teams that had like productive debate and discussion, and then just trying crap, you know? So yeah, it definitely expands. It's good for your brain, expands your understanding of the game, rewards people that put effort and thought into their, put effort and time into their thought rather. And yeah. Debating people with pugs in the background? No. We're gonna change stream title in a second. Spilo, I'm such a tease. Pugs with Patreon with folks. I think the exclamation mark pugs command works. Patreon, YouTube members, 2 or 3 subs, etc. I don't really have the command stuff. Does the pugs command give on the information correctly here? Oops, no, that's Uggs. Do you guys remember Ugg boots? All the white girls used to wear those back when I was a teenager. Or was it afterwards, man? I don't really know. Let's update the, used to? I mean, I don't know if it's still a thing. Patreon, or pugs with viewers. I don't want to say subs because people are going to like, oh, let's subscribe and waste their hard-earned money. I think it's tier 3 subs, I'm pretty sure. And you have to like sync your account and crap. Some still do. Well, there you go. I always thought Uggs were kind of nasty though. Like that's like, that can't smell good, man. Like that it's like all that fur and it's hot and you can't wash it. It's kind of gross. Not a shoe I would want to wear ever. It's like, yeah. It's like those old 70s houses with all those like shag carpets are on the toilet, you know what I'm saying? It's like, ugh. If you ever do the debating viewers again, you better be ready to talk about Noob Summer Heroes because the perspective thing will make you consider things. Oh, I'm so ready for it, Tart. This guy comes in with the docs on the I will say one of the biggest perspectives that I've changed from New Stomper Heroes is that like how New Stomper Heroes, at least in the last year, this historically I don't think it's always been the case, but like certainly in the last year, New Stomper Heroes have actually not been that great at higher rings. North Face jacket, yoga pants, yeah. Yeah, so maybe it hasn't changed in a decade or more, because that was freaking the look back in like 2010. Unk says, remember Uggs? Yeah, baby. It's a nice little setup we got going here. Should be a win for blue here with the space they have. Yeah. Uggs, that's be the noise where they came from. Yeah. No, thank you. Bro, I've got those freaking like freshening spray, tea tree oil, and like whatever I use in my cleats and stuff. This thing's still I've been using those things for years and they still smell pretty good. I'd like to think I don't have a body odor problem. Not that anybody has that, it's a bad thing, but you know, gotta keep yourself fresh. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's do this.
Yeah,
also always BM.
Ooh, wow,
always BM.
So I wasn't
I don't understand
late.
how to hit.
I wasn't late.
Freya.
There's just a time zone confusion.
Well, like I shoot the orb at Freya, and then she does the dash, and she's
What
halfway
time zone
across
are
the
you
map,
in?
and I can no longer read
I-
I have to shoot a second orb, and then she dashes, and then she's halfway across the map, and I have to shoot a third orb. And I do that, and she dashes a third time, and she's halfway across the map. I'm like, okay, well, what am I doing with my projectile at this point?
That is correct.
I love her movement so much.
Yeah,
This is why
I
you
literally
just-
just can't hit you on Wu Yang. It's like not possible.
You just shoot the tank character.
You physically move too far.
He's annoying as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to apologize for Ashi. I didn't mean to use like 3 solo ults on you, but
You could just hear the joy in Kata's
you didn't need to
voice.
target. I'll just take it as a compliment.
yeah. You know, yeah, I did recognize you were the best player on the team, so you know,
I was
I really
constantly
just
shooting
didn't have a
Mirashi.
choice.
Because I was scared
Yeah,
that
well
Mirashi was
used
going to pick me
ults.
off.
Hey guys, can we be
It's
quiet so I
mistaken
can quip, please? Like, I have this
No.
really awkward. It said like 25 seconds, and I haven't said anything like
Oh, you don't
self-deprecatory
say anything
or like.
funny.
That's good. You don't have to say anything.
Guys, my gimmick, haha, I'm the greatest. I'm gonna win. I'm not gonna feed on Doomfist this time.
You don't have to say anything.
Is this your
Spilo,
gimmick
it's
just
okay.
screaming? You can
No.
That's true.
That's the filler. That's the filler. That's like I don't know what to do.
No, I'm pretty sure that
literally-
is the entire.
Dude, isn't that like what like
So you're-
2-year-olds do? Like I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna start screaming like because I'm uncomfortable with the situation.
basically you're like Naruto anime. You're like 90% filler.
Oh, okay. Isn't that like every anime ever? People are like, "Oh, you gotta watch this anime," and I look and it's like 562 episodes. I'm like, no, we're not gonna do that.
Only 500? That's not even that long, really.
Naruto and Bleach are like particularly bad.
Dude, okay, this is the classic. This is the classic like anime, like
One Piece
90s to early 2000 anime. You look it up on IMDb or whatever else. It's got like a 9.1. Love it. It's excellent. You've got 432 episodes, and it's just walls of 6.2, 7.1, 3.4, 6. It's like, wait, like. Where are the good episodes? Like when do things happen, right? Dude, even like the Clone Wars. Do you guys like remember the Star Wars Clone Wars, dude? Well, I must have skipped half the episodes of that show. I must have skipped half the episodes of that show.
Yeah.
There's so much
few
fluff.
episodes that have like
Okay.
a grade of like 12,000 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's like
But
you skip all of
But
the
you
filler
have-
episodes.
Yeah, exactly.
Then
GKP.
Star Wars
Go
anime
straight
on
once
the
you
day
get to
goated.
season 3 of Clone Wars, the episodes are like way better.
Yeah, I want like
There's
war
most anime
crimes
out
and
there.
trauma. Like I don't want to sit
Yeah,
here and
that's-
see about like
that's when you get to war
Ahsoka's
crimes and
lost
trauma.
cousin and then these people that are like I don't give a frick, dude. I want
You're
trauma
watching
and
Star
death.
Wars, aren't you like watching that for politics and debates?
Yes. I want fighting and death.
She's here for that.
I want listen. Everyone's like Andor's not Star Wars. I'm like, dude, I want freaking politics and death and misery and grime. Like I'm here for this, man.
Politics and death and misery. What are you?
Yes.
George W.
Well,
Bush?
welcome.
Yes,
to
yes. No. George
We've known
H.W.
these
Bush.
troubles.
I'm ex-CIA, so like that's the difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't you seen this Palpatine?
were on
Definitely
the-
wasn't
like
involved in the
a-
assassination of JFK, kind of a thing. You know, that's the stuff that's interesting to me.
It's
Oh,
Spilo.
dude, do you guys ever watch JFK? Sorry, you guys ever watch JFK? That movie in like the '90s, dude. That movie was actually decent, except they
died.
ruined it by adding a bunch of like family crap, like oh my wife and my kids don't love me anymore. I'm like, I don't care about your wife and kids. Get back to the drama. Like, I want Black Ops going on here. Like, it was like so campy. It was actually like had potential to be such a solid movie, and they kept like, dude, '90s movies are so bad with that. They're just like, oh, what if it was sad and like campy? It's like, no, I want like drama. I want like the intense stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I want notepads and books and fluttering and cigarettes and stuff. Like I don't want freaking like Joe Schmo with his 9-year-old kid watching like Looney Tunes and crap and crying and eating cereal.
Is this guy calling Jackie O Joe Schmo right now?
Yeah.
Actually, Spilo,
What?
have
Sorry.
you ever heard of a game called Onitama?
Called what?
Onitama. I
No.
feel like you'd like it.
Okay.
So-
All right. Good to
Stefan,
know.
are
You
you
can message
joining?
me.
I want
Yeah,
you to
yeah,
produce
yeah,
me
yeah.
some
Give me
cabbage,
2 seconds.
carrots, and corn.
Stefan.
That means yes, but not right now.
I want you to produce me some green beans.
Okay.
He means don't count on him. But he will be here soon, potentially. He's more interested
I'll
in.
give Rush a double game then.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
I haven't
Welcome.
seen you guys since last year.
Welcoming new. We have a new member. I don't speak French, so if he could introduce his own name instead, because I
don't
can't do
speak
it.
French.
Hi, I'm Jacques.
Yeah.
Good to meet everyone.
Well, that's hard. That's a real hard pronunciation right there. Holy crap!
Yeah, I don't.
Sorry, Jacques. I'm gonna shorten it to Jacques.
Sorry, Jacquis. I can't do that. Like, holy crap!
American.
All right.
Welcome, Jacques.
So yeah,
about
just letting you know, we have a new member, and then
Yeah.
right.
No
What about
slurs, no rage throwing,
No,
none of the usual
They're not
behavior,
like
guys.
Jacques.
We have to be on our best behavior.
Yeah. Just for today, we have to pretend.
Just
to
for
be good
today,
people.
right? Just for
Just
today.
for today.
Spilo saying we have to be on our best behavior literally 10 seconds after like making fun of someone's name first thing.
No, I was saying, I wasn't making fun of any. I wasn't making fun of somebody. I was making fun of Ice. Okay, that's a clear difference there.
That you know, that is. I'll accept that.
Wait, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? Wait, the stream is ended. What? I literally click on it. This says the stream is ended.
It's gambling.
You broke it, dude.
You broke it. Here, Spilo,
Tree Stump, thank you for the raid, mate. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream.
Roblox.
Yeah, bro, you should play Blox Fruits with us, bro. It's so fire. It's such a good game.
I have not done a lot of choices, me. It sounds. Is that the Reaper guy, right? I think I know that name. Wait, what is this, Stefano? Spilo hates the French? Yeah, well.
Produce me some cabbage, carrots, and corn. I want you to produce me some cabbage, carrots, and corn. I want you to produce me some green beans. I want you to produce me some lettuce. I want you to produce me some produce.
This seems to be a voice command.
Produce me some produce. I want you to produce me some produce. I want you to produce me some produce. I want you to produce me some spinach. I want you to produce me all the vegetables required for a healthy diet.
Why does his head look like a vegetable?
Produce me some produce. I want you to 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 produce me some produce. Please. Please.
Huh.
Please.
All right.
I want you to produce me some produce.
Thank you, Stefano. I don't know. Like he never fails to deliver. Am I in the wrong voice channel here? I am not. Okay.
I don't think that's worth.
Okay, I'm back.
I know. I was
we're
questioning it.
Yeah, you're here to play with Spilo instead of cuddling with a cat. Like, come on.
Yeah, it was normally, see, she's disappointed because she logs in and she's like, oh, I have to play with Spilo. This is not why I'm here. This is not why I'm here. You're here to solo blade me.
Here to
you turn into Necros
Spilo.
or peak freaking Shadowburn every time you play versus me and Genji. And then when you're with me, you might as well not have hands. I don't even know what I'm playing. What am I playing, guys? I'm gonna go. I'm still friends with Shadowburn.
I want you to produce that?
Oh yeah, Stefano's watching. I will play Junkrat. I always produce Junkrat.
I have not heard of Shadowburn in so long, dude.
Shadowburn is great.
I only know Frankie P.
Bro, I played against him the other day. Me and Fallen did, and he said we were smurfing. It was so funny.
Ah, this is a freaking sorry here. On it down. Nice.
Alright, I'm going for it.
Ah, frick.
Hold
right angle, because it's a close range sightline. And sorry has one. Sorry has no bubbles.
I realize.
Sorry, 1 HP. Can we cap point, please? Please.
Fuck the point.
Sorry, I don't push the objective. I don't cap the point. I don't brush my teeth or donate to charity. I just eat hot chip and lie. Oh frick, there's a diva on me. I'm freaking dead. Oh no.
Just don't die. She's literally
I'm not
nerfed.
listening.
I mean, come on.
I'm okay, actually. I'm alive.
Yeah, she's nerfed.
No, she didn't come
Do
to me.
anything
No.
anymore.
She just. Ah! No points. Oh, they're still on me. They're still on me.
Tell him to get off.
Well, loop is low. Well, loop is low. And
Frick me,
staircase.
Varashi. Like, this guy's a father and he's camping me. Like, that's not behavior that employed people usually should be doing. Gosh darn it, I'm gonna die.
Good.
Are you freaking kidding me? This guy tries to pulse me.
Push one again.
I'm just gonna get out of here.
Oh, sorry, then.
I cannot believe I have the amount of space that I'm creating right now.
Can't see you, Doom. You got a tracer behind you. I'm okay. Not really.
I mean, this is actually incredible. I cannot believe I'm still alive.
I can't see you, Doom.
Tracer's one. Tracer's trapped. Or Diva's trapped. Frick. One. Mother Teresa! She got my guy.
Spilo's trolling, bro.
Even mid.
Bro, I she matrixes. Like, I can't physically do more damage through that. You don't. Is she gonna go? She gonna go.
You can do
Are you
that.
kidding
got that,
me?
You got that, Spilo.
Oh, I almost got her. I missed the mine. I don't think I go for the mine. I don't think I go for the ball here, or the ball. The freaking. Ash is one. I'm gonna try to get out here. I'm not gonna get out, but I'm not gonna die. I am gonna die. Okay. Somebody help Jock. Somebody help Jock. Somebody help Jock. Nice, guys. You can use ult here if you need to. Never mind. Disregard.
I died for it.
I rely yourself. Key off.
Hey,
Somebody's trapped.
He's one.
Bad. No, it's fine. Bop.
Really low. They need that bot? Really low. Really low. Dang.
I
had such a clean punch on him.
I have to be really careful actually with my freaking Riptire because this Tracer's gonna hunt me.
What a shitter, dude.
No. Oh no. No!
Wait, Lucio one. Oh frick.
Not anymore. I'm getting violated here.
I need to start asking you guys where Tracer is.
Hold on, man.
Holy mackerel! I'm alive.
Wake up.
Okay.
I want you to produce me some
Wait. I might be able to get you a TP. I might be able to get you a TP. TP. Come to Papa.
Thank you.
Freaking kidding me.
We're staggering hard.
Fricker. Look at that. Alright, watch this. I can rip the guard my body versus Diva. I got it. Actually, mine didn't even need to.
Just walk. He's fine.
He always shattered my ankles by standing still.
On a left.
Look at Tracer or Squishies, not Diva. Diva's gonna live forever. Look for Squishies first.
Look Diva. They have no mana. You can't get healed.
Ash is pretty low in the back here. Are you freaking kidding me? What a nerd. Nice, guys.
Yeah.
What a clutch.
This
Really
entire
well.
game was other people doing useful callouts and Spilo just screaming.
Look, I was telling us what to do. Okay, the only thing was
You saved me one time with the TP.
Please guard my body.
Yes, that's a useful call out. I used the Riptire and I killed the Lucio. That was a very useful call out.
Keep the Riptire right next to you and kill the Tracer.
Alright,
No, the Tracer was dead. The Tracer was dead.
And then Spilo's just like, holy mother of God.
The Tracer was dead. And I'm not also gonna play with Rhea. Rhea's just gonna recall the Riptire. I'm not good enough to do that. Are we taking TP? No, of course not. Oh, yes we are.
I'm faster than that.
My Chungus teammates did
Tracer top, I'm fricked.
I'm with you.
Oh, what is a wreck? Holy crap. Alright, brute forcing top left here.
Heal me, heal silver.
We could just play slow.
Thank you.
Play slow. We have the high ground. My freaking flanking soldier walking directly. I give up. My skier goes off. I don't even know.
Didn't want to push out, bro.
I can't be bothered, man. I can't be bothered. I'm just terrible at this video game. I'm gonna die here.
Well, the break shield time.
I'm fine! I'm fine! Don't die to the Ash!
Shut it on.
Ash off the map. Ash off the map, I think. Never mind. Ash not off the map. I'm dead.
Wait, bleh. Somebody's hit. That's just too far. I should have gone top. I'm freaking dead. I'm freaking dead. I'm freaking dead. I can hold this angle here, but
you know,
it's gonna be a little scary versus Diva. Oh my gosh, I am so incredibly good at this game. The prediction. Diva's low. Just don't let Ash win. Just play slow top.
I'm coming.
Oh, yes!
Yeah, see, even they can't believe it. He's gonna try to pulse me now. He's mad now. I know, Rhea. He's gonna try to pulse me, but I'm gonna trap him, and then it's gonna be great. It's gonna be hilarious. He's gonna come in from this side. I can guarantee you.
He's on my side. He's gonna top.
I'm freaking almost dead. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Ash is coming right.
Okay.
I'm rotating back to top.
Three one to recall.
Peek me, I can heal you, mid. You're good.
Do you think I kill a Juno at the height on the left for the third time?
I'm pushing with my
Juno one.
Wait, how did that not?
Oh no,
I thought for sure.
Oh, you're so ass.
He's looking for pulls.
Nice.
I knew it!
Get back
You're
in
alone
there.
up there, Doom.
I'm dead. I have a.
You know what, guys? I need us to count bubbles, please, because I'm gonna listen. No. Shh. Count bubbles. Count bubbles. Count bubbles. Count the bubbles. Say 1 or 2 or something.
Oh shit.
No, just shoot her, bro. If you just shoot her during both bubbles and kill her, dude, the bubbles don't matter.
Count bubbles!
Really bad.
I'm freaking gonna die to this jackass! No, I'm not.
I can't see you. Oh, there you got it.
Okay, we're gonna try a different strategy here.
Alright, I'm like stuck on air.
They don't see you.
Of course they don't. Too good. Sorry, no bubbles. Sorry, no bubbles. See, I'm counting bubbles. Sorry, no bubbles. Go for the Lucio now. Play to live. Go for the Lucio. He's the one touching. Nice, guys. Play it slow. Let them have point if we need to. It's okay.
Don't let them have point. Kill them all.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't die to Cassidy.
Winston's one coming top behind you.
Oh my god. He found my trap. He found it. Very good. Good scheme. Good scheme, guys. Great scheming.
Dude, that's so funny. You switched to soldier.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that was feeding city.
Fuck is the skin?
Too strong.
It's too good. It's top tier.
I'll have it be known that I begged my team for 20 seconds to count bubbles. Nobody counts a single bubble, and then Riptire fails.
Yeah,
That is such a lie!
I'm on backline, okay?
Yeah, I heard.
Backline with me.
I don't care. Just say she has bubble. Just anything.
I thought you were counting on our behalf.
Yeah.
What?
I thought you were volunteering to count.
Why don't you?
No, I'm hiding behind a wall. AFK. How am I gonna count the wall? What? Am I just gonna guess? I currently have a mini map here. Like, how? I'm like, guys, can we count bubbles? I'm hiding behind a wall. You could literally see me. I'm in their spawn.
You did scare me using trance.
You did
Yes,
stop using trance.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. That's true. And I killed the Zarya because I'm a freak of nature, but that's fine.
I just need my Junkrat to like stop hiding and like blow up the bubbles and then just rip tire her.
Yeah, bro. Spilo spent like half the game hiding, telling us to play slow, bro. Just walk up, dude.
Well, because everybody's focusing me. Like on the first point, you guys didn't cap like 40%.
That's fire.
Literally, walk up, just shoot the tank.
You could not even count to 2. Could not even count to 2. Not physically possible.
Bro, all you need to do is count to 1 and then shoot the second bubble and kill her, bro. It's so free.
All you need to do is walk up. Right, you walk up
these
and
guys
you
don't
click
understand.
M1 at the things that you see
Dude,
on your
listen,
screen.
let me explain it. If you count bubbles, here's the strategy. If you count bubbles, I can rip tire, force trance, and get a kill. You understand? Like, and get a kill. If I just shoot bubbles and then rip tire, it's too easy for them to break it because of the angle that the rip tire is going to come from.
That sounds like cope.
Why don't you just not let them shoot your reptire?
It was worth a shot.
Just
It was worth a shot.
Also, there's a good idea right there. There's
If he
a
also
good
shoots
idea.
my, if he just shoots my bubbles, that means that I'm like within vision and I can just walk at him to kill him. So.
Well, why don't you just? Why doesn't he just walk at you?
I don't
first?
know.
That way
I don't
you
know. I have no.
I don't know. I
Literally, the
think
enemy
Spilo
team
should
is
just
the
die.
enemy team is advocating for me at this point. So it's like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, but like the animation.
No, I'm not advocating for you. I saw him all of 3 times.
What was the first one? What was the first map you played?
I don't give a frick anymore.
It was.
Blow my nose on stream.
Ice, bro, you gotta change your name to Dr. Pugzer. You gotta put the R behind it.
No, I'm not about that. All right, team 2. That would be School Kong, Kaliko, JDH, Masher, and Tekanashi. Good luck. Goodbye.
Oh wait, Spilo, real quick. Was that kill on Ryu intentional in that corridor?
It was intentional. It was. I was unmuted. You can. I'm calling it. You can watch on stream again. I was predicting it.
That's true. It is
I was
watchable.
sick, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
I was like surprised by that.
Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you.
See you in the match. I'm gonna
All right.
stomp you.
Yeah. See, the strategy is Rhea always wants me dead. Like that's kind of the strategy, and so like that's.
Tracer's dead, you know.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Tracer's a bad character.
What's up, Rockhawk?
So
Thank you.
Hey,
Lukaku. All right.
Ryu's weak to Junkrat. Tracer's bad.
Yeah,
thing.
Tracer is bad if the person you want 100% dead
Tracer
is
has-
playing Junkrat.
Tracer, yeah, because if they're playing Junkrat.
I'm gonna go
If you're
with.
playing Junkrat, that's the only person you want to fight. Tracer can be pretty bad.
We're gonna go the thinking intensive hero this round.
That's gonna be tough for you.
Hey Tom, why are you on? Why do I have Tom on Doomfist?
Excuse you. I don't think you have the mechanics for that hero spy there.
Maybe.
Those orb lineups are not
I
there.
have seen,
Cheers, Arkansas Dragon.
some
Congrats on Masters,
generational
mate. Well done.
Tom Fist performance.
What did you think of my Catan debate?
My chat gave you the danger react, Tom, on Doomfist.
Oh, he did.
So.
The Catan.
Oh no, I went
here.
flying. I'm trolling with my orbs.
Yeah, the Catan debate was
I don't. Okay, look.
I was thinking about walling you, but I figured you were just gonna.
No. My fault. I screwed up my heal orb.
Need a guy who ought to know.
I'll be back soon. Don't do anything silly or it's dangerous.
Three-fingered Joe.
Why did they move? Why is Skukong at the bottom?
Frick.
I'm restored.
Oh, frick.
Look on long.
There's a test subject.
I'm gonna push this Reaper a little bit. I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons. Reaper no fade. I might be able to kill him. Nice. Marking Winston, guys. Marking Winston.
Too slow.
Nice shots.
One.
Rick. Tom?
Yes?
Good punch, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you say more nice things.
No.
It's a good exercise. Good.
Alright. I
Charlie,
will control
I like this
left
angle.
lane. Go over there.
Look
Go
right,
there.
look right.
Monkey on the ground.
Victor, top right.
Frick, I didn't get it. I think 2v1 left side, but I think I'm okay.
Surrender to my will.
I didn't really lock in on anything. For the Forest Primal here.
Unassailable prowess.
Nice. Might be able to get a bounce there. I'm coming. Oh, I can't get this early. I'm sorry. They have to get touched though, so maybe. Look at Squishy's not Winston. Oh frick, I messed up.
Missed the hop. Winston 1.
Sustain. Lose soon and be killable. No, sorry. Good stall. We've got 3 ults coming up next fight. They're gonna have. Did they Death Blossom?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, they're gonna have Kitsune Pulse.
25% to Death Blossom.
Kitsune Pulse.
I've dealt with cynics
No
before.
Kitsune, you just swapped.
Ah, you're good.
Not
You're good.
60% to Kitsune.
No. She's got it right now.
No, I didn't do a lot of that. Only one thing.
Oh, frick. Oh, fuck. That's alright. I had to fade that, sorry.
It's good.
Slowly pushing out left side. Oi. Frick. Probably should have faded that sooner. I think that's... Yeah, that's right. Strat, I think it's definitely to fade first and then orb later, because you can... You can orb... You don't fade away from your orb. I'm gonna go with you, Tom. Let's go. I'm on point. I'm close, Cole. It's gonna force point with you, Cole. Or Tom. Everyone else off a point. Oh, I'm lagging.
Surrender to my will.
I wonder why I didn't fade that. My latency is super high. Shoot.
Lucio's over here.
Yeah, I'm on like 500 latency, literally. Okay, I think we're back. Reaper first. Holy crap.
This will give us an edge.
This Lucio stall is crazy. Careful, support's gonna be here close, so we might need to ignore the Winston for a second. Okay, there we go. Nice. Almost lost that, because Fade didn't work, because I spiked to 400 latency. But I think we're okay.
Nah, fine.
Definitely a hero more up my speed.
Look at my healing.
What do you got?
It's
Holy
good.
crap. Yeah, but look
I
at my
honestly
healing,
cannot
guys.
hit anything with my right click. I'm like, I have 15%, no, sorry, 25% icicle accuracy. I'm just
Alright.
not feeling it right now. I don't know
I'm gonna go
why.
honest hero.
I will not leave a broken
I was supposed to kill Spilo at least once.
Yeah.
Sarah, leave that wall.
Yeah, that was
Put
really
us
good.
into the Winston, that was funny.
I was trying to prevent him from touching, but I didn't think I'd prevent him from getting like out of the poop.
I'm probably gonna rotate top right. Start. Give me about 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I have rotated. Is there Zen on me? I think Doomfist might die here. Or Winston. Freaking! I knew Techie was gonna do that. I just knew it. My bad. Like, he's up there. We should still be fine. Care the Zen. You need to look at the Zen. Zen's over here. Zen's #1 priority. He's like on the mega side. You guys need to heal up, group up, and find the Zen as 2 or 3, not 1. Okay, that's.
Oh, I meant to ice block.
Come on, guys.
My Lucio.
Frick me, man.
No comment.
Okay, also I'm not used to how fast I die. I got 2 shots. Like I'm not even hitting. I got 2 shots because of the Discord.
Wait, GKB.
I should have lived.
Stinking poopy.
Oh.
That's fine. Just reset.
55% win rate. Abuser.
Oh gosh, that's right. We're win rate maxing. I could go Zen. I'll go Zen. I'll win rate max. I'll lose to Techie, but I'll win rate max. Alright, y'all need to kill the Zen. I need to get off this car. And then check your corners for Zen. He's probably over there.
Is here.
Yeah.
Is one.
Okay, we are not with you guys. We are capping point. Zen is discorded. Winston's on the left side. I'm going to rotate away. Soldier rotating left side. Surprise! Careful. I will be pushed on the left side.
Send one.
It's fine. Your orb, Surly. Sojourn what? I'm double shooting. What is going on? Nice.
Got it.
Your orb. Let's look at the Winston here for a second.
You gonna have primal?
I don't think he'll use it. Nice.
Are you just heal maxing?
Yeah.
On my ult charge.
That's in. That's no trance. I'm gonna die for that, but they're not gonna touch. GG's. GG. I was not yelling. I was guiding. Okay, I gotta see this. I tell you what, I gotta see this. He knew where he was.
No comment.
Oh, Sarah Lee.
I was going into ice block, but like, you see how fast I died to the damage?
My favorite part about that whole sequence is Spilo said, we need to get him two at a together. Don't go at him one at a time.
It's not very good.
And then 4 people in a row, one by one.
I just don't even know.
No, when Spilo said that, I went over with my Lucio, I go high ground, and my Lucio just fucking ints in.
Dude, Techie, I'm literally like, guys, Techie's gonna angle there. I ping the location. This is where he's at. Do not go in one at a time.
You see,
I don't know.
As you were saying, do not go in one at a time. I was immediately jumping in like Violet.
I mean, it's fine. It's just
no. He said that 3 seconds before you were already like that.
I tell you what.
I think my brain.
You already decided to do that, but he had said it before you decided.
Freaking just kills my entire team.
Stopped working though. Like that first round, I literally walked into Surly's ice block while it was damaging me and just stared at it and like. I couldn't even register what I was doing.
You TP'd into me.
Yeah, that's
fine.
Walking on somebody else and you just TP on top of it, and it's like, oh yeah, this is an unfortunate situation for you.
I think it's because we were win rate max abusing.
I was expecting us to
Tom on Doomfist, you know,
Win rate abusing.
No,
Yeah.
Tom fisted well. Let's be very.
Yeah, Tom did a good job. GKB did a good job.
Really? Tom wasn't carried by any masterful.
Listen,
Moira?
listen,
Yes.
Nobody punched my block, so
I controlled
decide-
space.
Listen,
I trapped
decided
people in my dungeons.
I decided if no one was gonna punch my block, I was gonna let you be the tank, and I was just gonna shoot people from far, and then punch them when they were gonna.
That's right.
It was good. You did a good job.
I'm just mad because Tom bullied me when I was trying to kill Spilo, and he ruined my.
Well, that's
fun.
when Spilo was yelling at us.
You know what, Techie? I was so angry on second point because I knew you were gonna do that. I was like, I knew Zin was gonna flank me, and I got distracted for like half a second. I was like, Techie's gonna angle me. He's not gonna shoot. He's gonna float around and kick me in the pants. That's exactly what you did. It's so frustrating. I knew it was going to happen.
I can't make a sound, right?
Yeah.
Have you tried
See, this is why we don't have the mini. This is why we need the mini map, right? Like, I need my object permanence.
No, you need it. You need
I
it.
need my
Skill
object
issue.
permanence, man. No.
Cause of death, skill issue.
Please don't go driving now.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah, if
my
you don't
gosh.
have a mini map, what are you gonna do?
Oh, look at me.
All I do is
Not
wait.
only do I provide free coaching videos,
I'm excited
but
at the power
I'm
of Bay
also
that you.
good looking and
Oh my gosh! Thank you for the 1,000 bits.
you're a legend.
I appreciate the 1,000 bits. Thank you for the kind message. Wow. Thank you very much. And it even did a weird animal squirrel bush thing. What is that? What is the? I don't know what this is, but it was nice. Thank you very much. It did the whole animation. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you. We'll probably stream one more game here. I generally don't do Patreon pug stuff too much because I don't really interact with chat enough. That's bad streaming, but yeah. If you guys want, you can pick the next tank here. But thank you for the bits. First time chatter and just being super nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No EDR there was 6, so no matter. Yeah. Well, you have to understand the map win rate too.
Doing crime.
She's a hero about devious plots, as I used to say.
Wait, so which Overwatch character would be the best dungeon master?
Ooh,
you know what? I've turned around on May. May does a lot of prep work.
Right?
I think
May
Winston would be
pretty good.
super enthusiastic and really, really bad.
I agree. That's my thought as well.
And then the monster came down and it had 900 teeth and yeah.
And then he pulls out this mirror.
Monster chose
20 hours painting.
Yeah. And Winston would get his
Actually, hold on. Would Junkrat be good? Do you think?
Yeah, he would be. Winston would be like really. Winston would get really mad if anybody like tried to backstab each other. He'd be like really disappointed, and he'd be like, "Oh, are you sure about?" He'd like orchestrate the entire thing to go wrong for the person that backstabbed. Like, and then a pit fell at their feet and you died. No, Winston, that's not how it works.
If it doesn't just blow up the table.
Yeah.
Junkrat as a party member would be the party member that gets the rest of the party into combats that no one is ready for all the time just because he wants to blow shit up.
Yeah. There's like 50 orcs around the corner, and they've got like they're listening for you guys, and then Junkrat like just starts playing this.
Grenade over there?
Yeah, he just starts playing the sitar or something randomly.
No, what Junkrat would do is he would put actual like tannerite in his minifig. And...
Yeah,
Now I blow myself up.
Airstrikes on civilians.
I was saying.
Speaking of airstrikes on civilians, Team 2.
Nice.
What do you mean by that?
I guess
he makes a good point.
Kata and Hobbs 21. I still submit that Moira would make the best DM, but
I think so too. I was saying.
I agree.
I think she would go fucking crazy.
We discussed this the other
All
day.
right, any preferences for hero Twitch chat? Any preferences for hero Twitch chat? I may get one veto.
Sigma would be funny, but it wouldn't be good.
EDRE?
Juno
maybe. Yeah, that's not a bad
party
vote. That
member.
would be fun.
And a terrible DM.
And a terrible DM. Juno might be the #1 worst at like both combined.
Juno would be terrible. Juno would be horrible.
Symmetric
Well,
might be too
I'm
bad.
heading out for tonight.
GG's CKB. Thank you.
GG.
Oh.
Why did it cancel? GKB wasn't even in the game.
Yeah, that's.
GKB was.
I was that upset.
Oh, we lost.
Somebody else left?
Yeah.
know.
Is Fallen AFK?
No.
It would seem that
bye
way.
bye.
He's not
Yeah.
here, and he's in the
So,
air.
one of our teammates got airstriked.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I mean,
true.
yeah. But Ice did
Fallen
say
One is
so.
Apparently AFK. Oh, and Ice-T is now in.
So we're gonna win this one because I'm playing an aim-reliant hero. This is how this works.
As one does.
Nice.
I've replaced your guy who's gone.
Nice, Ice. We always preferred you, to be honest. We were just saying, I really wish we had Ice-T in our team playing DPS. Playing... playing Cass. Definitely,
Yeah.
God, I have no sound. My mouse is plugged in still.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
So issues. Okay, I'm coming.
Alright, let's see.
I'm gonna be late to the fight.
I might hit 3 shots here on this first point.
Okay, that's good.
I have pylon established here. My established
I give you
pylon.
1.25 shots.
I hear Junkrat.
Yeah, I hear
Ash.
Junkrat as well.
I'm coming
You're
to
at
side
EDRA
ground here.
as
I hear
well?
a Reinhardt below.
Yeah, there's Ryan, Junkrat.
I suspect he's gonna go
already-
straight to the objective.
I've already been shotting.
Shot. Reinhardt pushing high ground, high ground, high
Oh,
ground.
he's knocked off, he's knocked off, he's knocked off. I got him.
I'm kind of fighting
I'll be
for my
here.
life.
I'm
'cause I
shooting the Ryan, I'm
accidentally-
shooting the Ryan.
No, what have I done?
I'm good. Thank you.
I can use some healing up top.
My pylon
Ryan
has
coming
been
high ground now.
shattered.
Ryan coming high.
Yeah.
He's half.
I'm gonna push him off.
There's an Ana rotating
I will
height
not
here.
Push him off.
Can we shove
I
this
will
right
die
high ground? Is that
instead.
possible?
My bad. Yeah, I tried a little too
Got my
hard.
one.
Yeah, you're good. Die for that. We could rotate and take angles off of that. It's fine.
It's Ana, high ground, Junkrat, and then Alari and Reinhardt. Oh,
Frick
not
me,
great.
man.
I'm
It's just hard chasing. I'm just
here.
gonna keep rotating. I still have space. This hard is chasing me, but
Oh god, I'm dead here. Almost dead.
Ana one.
Ah, nice shot.
I'm just still running around from this Ryan.
Yeah, I'm trying to crossfire.
I think we might lose.
Yeah, we lose.
I don't think we touch. Yeah. We do have to fight it though, because Spilo's in.
Yeah. I mean, I've been stuck. Yeah, so it's fine.
On a 1, I can't push that.
Just reset.
Oh, there's a Junkrat in here. What the fuck?
Frick!
Time to leave.
Yep. Leaving as fast as I can.
That's Ryan pin.
Yeah, Ryan pinned toward me. He's right here.
It's just you right there.
Okay.
Almost back. You guys are almost. We're almost even. We're almost even.
Yeah, we're almost even. I'm gonna come take high ground.
He might have shatter here.
Ryan's 1. If we can get angles on him, we can kill him here.
There's
I'll
a
pylon that.
here.
I'm gonna pylon that angle. Pylon the angle. Careful with the Junkrat, but that angle is pylon.
Oh, that's a good sleep. I'm dead.
Shock on the flank.
Over there. I can't really help there.
Junk one, got him. Ryan also won.
Oh my
Don't know if we
god,
get
I got
him.
shot by both.
Ash double tap. Alright, you're freaking cooked.
Alright, I'm coming back. Let's chill for a bit if we can. That's...
Hey, dodge shatter.
That was max range shatter, dude. Literally max range. I was picking my perk and I saw it coming. Frick.
Dude, that sleep
Okay,
is
we'll
crazy.
just set up for last.
Just like through payload.
We're losing the angle wars a lot. These DPS
yeah.
flanks are killing us a lot. I'll try to pylon, but I don't really want to keep it there. So.
There's like
freaking
You guys
don't know
don't
what I
have, you
here.
guys are down too.
Push this.
Like, I feel like I'm just losing trades against everybody.
Ah, frick. I tried to knock him off. We're getting
Okay,
pre-fighted. We're getting out-poked.
W's in our spawn. W1.
Oh, I'm dead?
No, W's not gonna die. We don't.
Yeah.
We need to open up. I'm gonna try to open up a left angle and see what I can do.
I'm gonna go force this Junkrat out.
Ryan's gonna push me here. Yeah.
Junk half.
Ryan's literally sitting on my angle by himself, half HP. Ryan lowish.
He's naded. Varashi.
Alright, ult it down, I guess. I guess that works. Careful the Junkrat roll out. Junkrat here. We do need to worry about point at some point, tank.
3 people in here.
Might need help on point, tank. Might need help on point, tank. Might need help on point, tank.
I'm coming. Okay, I have to hold the
I blocked pin with pylon. That's crazy. There you go, guys. Good job. Good job. Way to reestablish our composure.
They use Bob.
Just beautiful. Pylon on right
What else
side.
They use Nano Boost, right?
Yeah, they use.
They did. Yeah.
Well, maybe not recently enough to not have it.
Kata 1, EDRE 1. We need to not let the Rhine do this.
W1, W1.
Yeah, he's won. Oh, he's still one. Oh my god. He's full health. What the fuck? I was shooting
Point.
Ah, frick. We just had to use our ults. Frick, man. That's a good try. That's a good try. It was a decent one.
Okay, I played that one genuinely bronze. My bad.
No, that's okay. That's alright. That's alright. We got pre-fighted a lot and just never really... Like, we never really had a first point defense. We never really had a second point defense. Well, I mean, we did. We just got killed to random crap. It's a good try.
Yeah.
Do I like apple fritters? No, I don't really like fruit desserts that much. I like fruit. I like dessert okay, but I don't really like fruit dessert.
Matchups here,
What's up, 808? Thank you.
Executing.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. I think if you and Wayfair like hit squad or something like hard flank and stuff, just that might be useful. Just
I carry my burdens alone.
Get these hit scan heroes to turn their crosshairs. And I'll just keep holding main or whatever.
Fair enough.
I need to bully Varashi.
Well, we just got a gap close, right? We're standing in the open, you know?
Yeah. We're just too far.
We're flying in the open, yeah. We got a gap
half
close.
the time we're just too far. Like by the time we get there, we're half health. That's really what it is.
Yeah. They have like so much range poke that if we just sit there and trade within like 30 meters, we're gonna use.
It is, however, always correct to bully a European. So
Yes.
Yeah,
That's true. I'm gonna roll right, just chill.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence.
That's dynamite already. Ryan still.
Ryan, probably the same comp, honestly.
Yeah. They have Sombra though. They have Sombra.
No junk?
No junk. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay.
Sombra 1, Sombra actual 1.
Oh, she's so
nice shot.
Nice. My pylon is broken.
Pushing with you on Ana. Ana
Ryan is sitting on me, I think.
I'm with you.
Okay, get a Yari.
Cool. Just holding this right angle because I can't really walk without pylon.
If anyone gets pinned, you're bad.
He's right here.
Pin incoming, probably?
Yeah.
Pin, no.
He's one.
Where's the Sunlook?
Over here. Okay, we got it.
Varashi is half coming down the stairs.
No sleep dart.
The Yari one.
Nice. Let's try to push these tigers a little bit.
Yeah, push this Ana here.
Okay, we're
right
good,
here.
we're good. Nice. We can stagger this for a second. I think we can stagger this for a second.
Yeah.
All right. I would prefer not to be payload. Well, no, that's actually fine. I'm actually fine. You guys hold space. Go. No. Genji, go.
I'm not a dog.
No, I know. I'm just like, you know. What if I?
Spilo famously hates women. That's all.
I didn't know it was famous for that, but.
Yeah, that's the part you take issue with.
Right. Thought I kept that pretty quiet, but I guess not. My bad.
I can't really fight this.
They are back on junk.
Ryan is gonna push.
How many you and Yari while we wait on Kiri restart?
Frick.
He's low.
Oh.
What the frick is this guy doing? Oh, we're just getting surrounded. I hate this. It's disastrous.
Oh, I can push Ash here though.
No, you guys are down 2. You guys are down 2.
Yeah, but this is a very safe angle for me to just stand and wait.
We have
famous last words in 3.
I'm coming.
I never doubted. I never doubted.
Yeah. Tell it to the judge.
I got one.
Nice, Iced Tea.
Oh.
It's go time. Medic.
Yari won. Like, incredibly won. Okay, not anymore.
I'm dodging a roll. I was dodging a roll.
Okay, ulted at 11 health.
Here, dummy.
Gaming.
There's one behind us, behind us.
Yari won again. Got her.
Okay, funny. I'm pushing right now. Is there a line behind us?
Yeah, there is. He's
Are you kidding me? Ah! I hate this. Oh, my bad. I got corner checked.
Frick! From reconnecting with...
No, we need to reset if we don't kill anybody in the next 2 seconds. I think we just need to reset.
Ryan is 1. Oh, that's trap. That's shatter.
Okay,
that's
we got
fun.
Shatter, I guess. Frick, my bad.
They have Rip Fire as well.
Man, I tell you what.
We have what's the ball for next?
Okay, they're like all standing here. We need to go around that.
Some of us can't. Some of us don't have legs.
That
Like, some of us
like a
have to kind of like
disability.
hold them to the point kind of a thing here, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of us kind of have to do this. This is fine, this is fine. We have support elsewhere.
I'm going on Junkrat. Oh, I'm not going on Junkrat.
Frick.
Okay, I'm going on Junkrat. I'm
Look,
going on
we had
Ash.
space there. We just gotta commit, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just gotta use our ults and click our buttons and shoot our heads. Frick.
Okay. I'm kind of stuck behind them for a minute, so I'm hoping they don't really look at me much. Okay, we're good now.
I'm just stuck with him right now.
I know, famous last words.
Jock is 1. That's pin.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
running around.
I'm just going for the Mega. There's Sleep Dart.
Frick.
Ash off high ground.
Ice, I am supporting. Ah! There's no way! Ice, how could you do this to me?
I need the big
I'm
rail.
sun stuck there. Dude.
Oh, I hate retaking powder Yuso, man. I just hate this. I despise everything and everyone. I think we should play a different game.
No, there's nothing wrong with this map.
No, I'm done.
There's everything wrong with this map, bro.
No,
the thing is, this is not even another choice.
Why? How does that? How does that pin me against the wall? I'm not even in front of the wall.
I didn't mean to fall.
That's so dumb.
So
I hate
dumb.
pin.
Is that the GM's
already lost. Oh, I've nudged the point a little bit up. I've nudged the point a little bit. I just tell you what, I can't.
Okay, I'm gonna try and take advantage of him being out of the fight for a minute while he walks back.
I can't do this, man. I just can't do this.
There's a pile on that hog.
Okay, I'm getting on from 4 angles. There's no cover anywhere.
Oh, no!
Yeah, can you touch?
They're all one. They're all burned. They've been elided with the light of the sun.
I'm waiting for Keoph's touch.
Okay, we got touch. Okay, I'm shattered from 40 yards in the air.
Got a one behind us.
Nah, GG's. Good try.
Get rubber banded back to the ground because he's
Oh,
on like
disaster. I probably should have just like solo flanked or something stupid because we
We need to take.
You should have saved your ult and then flew behind them.
Such a boring hero, man. I tell you what. I almost left the game. Whoops. I hate EDRA. I really think she's the worst thing ever. Maybe.
It's just hit scan Moira, man.
It's just you sit there and you shoot, and if you have all the space in the world, then it's great. And if you don't, you just sit there and you stare at a wall. Oh gee, the major perk that I could do damage with outbursts. What a great choice.
I don't know. I loved her there, honestly.
Yeah, because you sat and shot people the entire game under 0. Like you could just chip away the dude.
It was great.
Yeah, it's like. It's literally like playing. Like I love Connect 4 when I'm playing versus my 5-year-old brother. Like, of course, congrats. You know. Jock, you're too. I tell you what. That's it. You know, I'm done. I'm freaking tell you what. All right, chat. We're probably gonna call it there. I'm gonna keep doing a little bit more, but I'll probably call the stream there. But it's still fine. Definitely wasn't a skill issue there. How to fix EDRA? I mean, it's just, it's a big ask, but I mean, we had fun games. All right, y'all. Good luck. GG's. I guess we'll toss the raid over to Sushi. Why not? Tell Sushi says hi. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for being here. See you guys on Tuesday. Loves and kisses. Goodbye to YouTube as well. You guys are not the redheaded stepchildren. I don't think you guys have red hair among you. So